This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics, mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess. Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Hello, welcome everybody at FIDE Grand Prix series. This is the first leg, and here we are, the commentators, Grandmaster Robert Hess and Women Grandmaster Katie Tsatsalashvili. So Robert, how are you feeling today, and what are your expectations of the Grand Prix first leg?
I'm doing very well. Thanks for asking, Katie. I'm glad to be joining you for the commentary. This is, of course, such an exciting event. The players here vying for the 2 candidate spots. So what do I expect? I have no idea. It's day one. I mean, it's a free-for-all at this point, Katie. Everybody has a chance.
Absolutely. We do have 24 players in all the Grand Prix, all the 3 legs. But before that, we're going to take a look at the format and see how this tournament's gonna run.
Yeah, it's the time control that is fun for all. But right now we're getting to the format, 3 tournaments with 16 players. They're in 4 groups of 4 players, and they play a double round robin. So they get white and black against every single player. And of course, only the winners move on to play one another in the next stage. So Ketty, the Grand Prix points, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. Let's take a look what the winner gets.
Just 13 points. Isn't that an unlucky number? Do you believe in that?
I don't, but some people might believe that that's not a lucky number.
Well, here is the number that everybody wants to obtain. 13 points for the winner, 10 for the runner-up, 7 for the semifinalists. And if you just do some quick math, you need to win these events, because 13 points for a win and 2 points for a 3rd place finish, that's 15. So 2 semifinals performances, Katie, that might not be enough.
Absolutely. Now let's take a look what the winner gets, what the prize fund for the first leg of the Grand Prix. So the total prize fund is 150,000 euros, and the winner will get 24,000 euros. Runner-up will get 18,000 euros, and the semifinalists will get 12,000 euros each. We're going to have 2 semifinalists. Then we do have a prizes also for rest of the places as well. The last places, they will all the players now are having guarantees for 5k euros.
Not a bad payday, but still, that's not going to be enough for them, because the money is great. Those points are what's at stake, and we should let everybody know of the schedule, because the players, they participate in 2 out of the 3 events. Katie, we're in the first one in Berlin, and then we move on to Belgrade.
Yes, the second leg will be in Belgrade, and then all the action will come back in Berlin. That's going to be in March and April, the last one. And we do have here 3 legs, but all the participants can play only 2 legs. Not all of them, but only 2 legs. And the points from these 2 legs will be calculated in the end.
That's right. And for everyone who wants more information, you should go to go.chess.com/FIDEGP. 2022. That way you can get all that information on your screen at once. But the most important information heading into this tournament, Ketty, was the withdrawal of Ding Liren and Dmitry Andreikin. And of course, the two players here, Yesipenko and Wojtaszek, they replaced them. So that took the chess world by storm.
Absolutely, it was great. Upset for the fans of Ding Liren when they learned that he's out, and he's we can consider he's one of the candidates who can get in top 2 at the Grand Prix, but he's out. Seems like there was some visa issues as he could not travel from China to Europe. But instead, we do have new players, and we have Yesipenko and Wojtaszek here, so quite strong grandmasters. And still the field is so strong that anything can happen. And here we have the players, all the players right now on the screen, including Ding Liren. I see Ding Liren, the first one here, but he's out, and Radoslav Wojtaszek from Poland is in. We do have Levon Aronian, Wesley So, Alexander Grishchuk, Richard Rapport, Leonard Dominguez, Hikaru Nakamura, Vidit, Gujarati. Andreikin is also out, and Yesipenko is in. And we do have Dubov, Hari Krishna, Fedosiev, Shirov, Oparin, Kmar, and Bakro in this tournament.
I don't think you named enough grandmasters. Keep going. Let's get every grandmaster in the world. I want to know if you can name them all, Ketty.
I think I can try. Not today. So yeah, what a field we have. A lot of 2,700 players, a few 2,600 players. And we have groups, right, Robert? We have 4 groups. And we can take a look at that now.
Yeah, we have 4 fantastic groups. There are no weak players in this field. And I just want to remind everybody to vote, because voting is important. It's your right, it's your duty, and you can vote on who you think are going to win the game. So while we eventually get into the groups, you should not forget to vote in the result of today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and guess the results, because voting ends after the 10th move, so you will not want to miss out. So that's going to be really important. Usually there are prizes at stake, so get involved there. And Ketty, there are 4 groups. They're going to be really interesting to see these double round robin battles. And of course, people should get involved with the fantasy, because there is a fantasy competition. And there's still time to pick your teams. So for those of you out there who want to get involved with a chance to win money, pick your favorites in the 2022 FIDE Grand Prix fantasy contest. Choose 5 players from the different rating tiers and fight for the cash prize and diamond memberships. Just go to chess.com/GP fantasy and submit your roster today. Ketty, I think we should go on a quick break. When we return, we could talk about our lineups, because I know you picked a pretty good team. I'm still going to pick mine. That's why we need to go to break, is I need to submit my choices. I've been wavering on my picks. I can't decide.
All right.
So we'll be back in a few, everybody. Give me this time to pick my team. See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Now let's take a look at today's matchup and check out who's going to play in which pool and who's going to play against each other, Robert.
Yeah, we have 4 awesome groups, don't we, Ketty? We see the pairings here. If you would pick one matchup as your favorite, I know I'm putting you on the spot. What's your favorite matchup of the day?
I think Aronian FIDE is a very interesting match, and I'm going to pick that one.
Okay, I'm going to go with Wesley So against Lenier Dominguez. Just like the one you chose in Group C, the Group D pairing there, those are the 2 favorites of the group. So if Wesley can win with the white pieces, for example, that would put him in great position to win the group. And the players, they have to win their group. So they want to make the candidates, they really don't have too much of a choice. At some point, you're going to have to get through to the knockout stage.
Absolutely. We might not have too much draws here. That might happen in Swiss tournaments, but this is knockout system. Draw means that they have to win another game. So I'm sure all the players gonna try to play safe, but to play also quite decisive.
Right. I mean, you need to take some risks. And as the games are about to begin with those groups, they're all super strong. Every group, Ketty, the average rating is something like 27-15 to 27-30. So you can't really pick somebody and say, that's the person I'm going to beat and I'll draw the rest of the games. You need to just take your chances as they come.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And do you think that they will choose this strategy, like most of the players, to play safe rather than to be a very aggressive and attacking kind of style?
That I've been thinking about that a lot. So I'm glad you asked me the question, but now I have to answer for thousands of people. So it's a little scary. But I was thinking about that because are some players, even if they have the same rating as someone else, are they more likely to get through because their style? Like, for example, Wesley So, he plays in such a way that he's always looking for the objective best move. He plays a very calm, solid style, but maybe a style more like Mamedyarov or like Aronian, where you play riskier lines. Maybe that's the style you need to win an event like this. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there are some players. Also, I would add Richard Dropper to that list, who likes to play crazy chess, and he feels very comfortable with that. It's not. I'm not sure he calls that risky style, but he feels very complicated, very comfortable in the complicated positions. So here we have the first moves. We do have Esipienko with white pieces. He started with d4, and Grushuk answered back with knight f6. What do you think, Robert? Like, Esipienko just got information a couple of days ago that he will be one of the participants of the Grand Prix. That's a huge news.
Yeah, huge news. And for some, that would be a shock. Like, oh, I don't have enough time to prepare. But he's 19 years old. He's young enough to play 7 tournaments in a row and still have energy. So I'm not too worried about him on that front. On the other hand, for Grushuk, he hasn't really played in a while. So I'm curious to see how he's going to continue here. And Ketty, we know that he might spend an hour on any move.
Yeah. Yeah. He likes to put all the time down to 1 minute and then try to play against 1 hour when opponent has just 1 hour. So this is his style, and he does this very often. But let's see how it's gonna what's gonna happen here. So we have c4, e6, and knight goes on f3. Do you think? Do you have any opening here where this move's going to?
I'm curious what Grushuk has in store for us, because of course you can play d5, the principal central move, just to challenge the center. Bishop b4 check is always an option here. I don't know what Grushuk's going to pick, but I have to be honest, Ketty, while this game develops, the game between Hikaru and Bakrok sort of caught my eye, not because too much has happened, but if we go to that game here, like, we're down this line where Bakrok with the white pieces, he's playing like the most solid line possible from white. So if we take a step back, it started with the King's Pawn game, and it was a Berlin. And instead of playing the main move with d4 here, which is well-known theory, just to show people who may not be as familiar, this position where the queens come off the board, this has been played thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And Hikaru has been on the white side, the black side, he's very experienced in this. So Ketty, to see the move rook e1 here, that indicates something, right?
Yeah, that's something new. That's something new. It might put Hikaru in this situation where he has to think, what's the difference now between d4 and e4? What's the small nuance, if there is any? But do you think that he can avoid this main line? Oh, no, he goes back knight d6.
Yeah, I think that's what you were getting at, right? Like this line is known to be so solid for white, maybe slightly better, but many draws in the variation. So for Hikaru, as we go to the continuation here, like knight f3 back and d4, we have a position where the pawn structure is symmetrical. White has nothing that black can go after. So just from a psychological standpoint, Ketty, do you think Hikaru is upset to see this opening?
I think he's okay. He's with black pieces. He traveled all the way from USA to Europe. I think he's okay to start with a little bit slow opening. What do you think about this?
I don't know. I feel like Hikaru is really good historically at beating players who are quite a bit lower rated than he is. And of course, Bakro, at some point was like the youngest grandmaster ever, and is a fantastic competitor. And with the white pieces, good luck just beating him out of the opening. But there is something said, like when you don't have a chance to fight for more. And in this position right now, we see knight h4 trading off the knights. And this type of position where both sides have the pawns in d4 and d5, it's all about making sure that you can solidify it. Eventually, maybe the move c3 or for black c6 just to create the pawn chain. And I just don't see how either side that easily is going to create a challenge for their opponent.
Yeah. Bakr got in this Grand Prix tournament, qualified from World Cup. And back then, if you remember, he was accompanied, well, there was an idea that he was there for Maxim Vachilagrov because he's helping him and he's MVL's second in many tournaments. And it turned out that Bakro actually stayed longer at World Cup than MVL, and that's how he got at this tournament. So he had a very strong tournament, very good tournament, but it was quite a long time ago.
Yes, and that is funny that you mentioned that because Bakro is Maxim's second, but the roles were reversed at the World Cup, and it just goes to show that Bakro was only eliminated by one player. Don't know if you've heard of him. Do you remember who knocked Bakro out of the tournament, Ketty?
No.
it was Magnus. So the only person who could take him down was Magnus Carlsen himself. So it's. We'll see if Bakro can bring that same energy that he brought to the World Cup here in the Grand Prix. But out of this opening, I think that Hikaru, he's, like you said, he's the black pieces. If he makes a draw, that's a solid start, but he's really not in the position to play for much more, at least not at this early stage.
Yeah.
So should we keep on going around these games?
We can maybe switch to the other game. Let's see if there is anything interesting happening.
They're moving so fast here. So Bakro moves knight to e2. They're in their preparation still. So we'll come back to this game, of course. It will get interesting. But the other game, we're going to get a Catalan. And that's all I got for you, Ketty, because Grishuk is starting to think.
Yeah, that's his positions. He like to think. And
I guess I'll ask you the question, because we've seen Magnus Carlsen play the Catalan bunch recently, influence of Daniil Dubov, and on a second for the World Championship. What line, or what kind of line, do you think Grishuk is going to go down? Is he going to take on c4 and play some of the more open positions, or do you think he's going to keep it closed?
If I want to complicate the position more, I usually take this d takes c4. If I want to play a little bit solid, I would go classical setup with c6. So I think Grishuk's next move gonna tell us how he feels today, what his mood today. He wants to play sharp position or he wants to play solid position. And this is the moment we're gonna learn it. And he goes bishop e7. He goes bishop e7 without even bishop b4 check. That's pretty much standard, right?
Yeah, bishop b4 check. If it's blocked, say with bishop to d2, it's not the only move, but bishop d2 is played in this position, right? The bishop often retreats back to e7. People are like, well, what are you allowing white to develop the bishop to d2 for? But it's because the bishop is misplaced on d2 in many of these lines. So bishop b4 check back to e7 is possible. A lot of other lines as well. a5 is a move here, but Grishuk says, I don't want any of that. I'm going to play bishop to e7, which is a calm continuation. And as we see, bishop g2 quickly castles and pawn to b3, protecting c4. So Yespenko says, I'm not going to castle just yet. I'm going to create a pawn chain here to c4. And we'll see if for Grishuk, like, does he take on c4 and play this line with c5 to open up the position? This is well-known theory still for these players, Ketty. And I think people need to remember, just because Grishuk spends a lot of time does not mean that he's unfamiliar with the position.
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably thinking that there are thousands of moves and the lines there in his head, and he wants to figure out which one to choose. So that's why he's spending most of the time, especially at the opening, because you can choose the directions at this stage.
That's right. And it's a big choice. I mean, if we just continue that variation a little bit here, that in the event of a trade on c4 and c5, like, I would say by chess principles, this looks really good for black. You're opening the center, white's king is not castled. But sometimes the issue is that even if you hand white this isolated pawn on c4, look who has the best piece on the board. Guess what? It's his bishop on g2, slicing down the diagonal. So even though black has a healthier pawn structure in terms of a compact structure, pawns are connected, white's minor pieces are better. And that's why this is actually a bit of a risky choice from black, even though it's been played many times.
Yeah, I agree with that. This bishop here on g2 is extremely active, and it also creates problem for light square bishop on c8. Usually this bishop suffers so much in the pawn structure, cannot develop, cannot be traded. No one really wants to take that bishop. And so black usually suffers with that bishop in this pawn structure.
That's right. And one last point before we go to a different game, I would say is that if black ever plays move e5, which does open that bishop up, it does kick the knight out of the center, it frees up the d5 square for white. So once the knight moves from d4, eventually white will bring the knight to c3 and then into this d5 square. So you fix one problem, but you create a whole nother one. So once, say, this knight goes to c2 or to b3, then in comes a knight to d5, and the bishop on g2 still is the best minor piece on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I suggest the next pool? There is very interesting things happening in Pool C, the game Dubov-Kamar, and also in next Pool D. Very interesting thing is happening, Shirov and Hare Krishna.
Wow. I just brought us to the game between Kamar and Dubov that you mentioned, and there's a queen on h2, but the rooks are gone. I'm doing a quick material count. It looks like black's up a pawn. So, all right, let's go back. So, Ketty, tell me what caught your eye about this one as we get to the live position.
Yeah, queen h2 got my eyes, of course.
Yeah, it definitely is not something you see every day. And I mean, this line with knight h4, bishop g6. So the point of this is that black is incredibly solid. You look at the pawn chain, the triangle pawn chain, where the d5 square is extra protected. And I say this a lot, Ketty. A pawn chain is as strong as its base pawn. So b7 and f7 are the base pawns. Not easy to get to. This is a nice pawn chain. But when you take on g6, I guess my first question, Kay, this is the first time we've commentated together. How do you feel about the bishop pair? It's a question that everyone wants the answer to.
Yeah, I love bishop pair. I really love bishop pair, but I never take the bishop on g6. I never open h-file right away, because then I'm afraid what actually happened in the game, that black will get h-file and control on h-file, and I might lose. So unless this is very heavy theory, which I believe it is, then I would never take these two bishops.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you're saying is the position isn't really open, and the h-file is. So that means the pawn h2 is under threat. But Kamar doesn't care. He could play a move like g3 to stop the queen's access to h2. Instead, he takes and he castles queenside. So this is how we got here, Ketty. Black plays a5 first. The queen dropped back to c2, still giving up this pawn, because after the rook captured, he says, your queen is misplaced. And he's playing this as if nothing happened, but he is down a pawn, Ketty. So I guess I'll ask you again, and now we're here, the bishop pair or the extra pawn, which would you take?
I will take bishop pair here. Because g-pawns are doubled, basically black cannot create here any pass pawn, because of the pawn structure, right? And then white can put up some pressure on h5 itself, like rook can get on h1, bishop d3, queen can get on c1, rook h1 idea, something like this. The question is where the king goes from e8.
It's a great question. I don't think you're castling queenside because you move out of the center, but you move into the direct line of fire. The queen on c2 is staring down that line. But I guess on the flip side, it may not be so easy for white to develop because the queen on h2 attacks the g2 pawn. So if the bishop moves from f1, maybe you'll lose more pawns than you want to.
Yeah, I can tell you, once I had this kind of position, I played f4 first to cut the queen coming back in the from this diagonal, and then at some point g2 pawn can be guarded by the queen on the second rank. If this sounds too extreme, maybe white can try instead of f4 to go f3 with idea to push e4 next move. Open up the center, king is in the center, and white will for sure attack that king.
I really like that idea. And I mean, if we just talk about the a5 pawn, that one sticks out. And the reason that Dubois played a5, we just go back a few moves, is that the queen on b3 was hitting b7. So black had no time to do this whole rook takes h2 stuff because the b7 pawn would have fallen, and then c6 and so on. So that's why a5 was to start an attack on the queen side. But now we see, as we get back to the game, just to put the position on, the pawn a5 is a bad pawn because black will not be able to castle queenside with this pawn on a5, because as soon as the knight moves out the way, say with an idea like knight to b5 or even a different type of move, this pawn is just falling. So I think that black regrets having the pawn on a5, and that's why Vincent was okay giving up the pawn on h2. He said, as you point out, it's irrelevant. Black has double pawns. That's where the extra pawn is. You can't do anything about your king.
Yeah, absolutely. How about to get this king to f8, g8, just to pretend that you castle there, and just to play that position?
But I like your idea. I mean, if you play king f8, I'll play f3. I mean, f4 also makes sense, but I like playing to just open up the center, e4 coming next, the idea that you pointed out, and I would definitely take white here. The extra pawn, it doesn't feel like an extra pawn. It is one, but it's a double pawn not making its presence felt.
Yeah. There's also some ideas like instead of lose some tempos with king moves on g8, if black can start the attack on the queen side with b5. What do you think about that?
Feels slow, right? I mean, when people, not you, of course, but when people think, how do I stop an attack? Sometimes they think, let me just put all my pieces in front of my king. But a great way to stop an attack is to play in the center. And the move e4 already prevents black from playing b5, because if you say, I'm just going to go checkmate you, once I take on d5 here, I'm removing your defender. The c6 pawn will have to capture it, and you lose b5 and your whole queen side collapses. So I think that your idea f3, e4 is a great choice. And I think that's what Vincent is going to go for. And that doesn't give black time to play b5. And if you don't play for b5, like what is black going to play for? That's the big question in this position, because white's center here, Ketty, that just looks marvelous.
Yeah, you know what? I really like what's happening right now, at least in our variations, because I choose Kmar as my last player for my fantasy team.
Oh, I never asked you. So who are your 5 players on your fantasy team?
I do have Wesley So as my first choice, then Richard Rapport, and then Hikaru and Kmar. And for finals, I'm thinking about Giri and Wesley So. What about you, Robert?
Okay, well, I picked Levon Aronian. I picked Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I picked Dominguez. You know, I know he's got a tough group in this one against playing with Wesley So and Hare Krishna and Shirov, but you know, Dominguez is such a solid player. I think he can power through. And then I have, who did I pick? I just did this right before. Now I can't remember who I picked as my 4th choice. Fedoseev and Oparin. Those are my last.
Oparin,
yeah, they're in the same group. And I think that their group, if I'm going to be honest, Group B in this Grand Prix, that's the most vulnerable group. Rapport is at the top because there's no Dingley Ren, and that's Wojciech. It's Fedoseev and Oparin. I think from a perspective, picking a lower tier, that's the best shot of somebody to gain some good Grand Prix points.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That's true. That's true. I just referred in that group.
What do you? Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna ask you more about fantasy, but I thought we have to talk about chess. So, are there any other games here? We could pull up the game between Levon and Vidit, but it's so early and honestly, not much has happened at this stage.
Not much happening, but we have already the end game in the game of Shirov and Hare Krishna in Pool D. Maybe we can get in there.
So you said Shirov, and then you said Endgame. Are you sure we're talking about the right Shirov? You know, the super aggressive player. Let's go. Oh, well, this game also between Wesley So and Dominguez is interesting. But let's first go to the Shirov game you mentioned. Whoa, we are really in the Endgame. Okay.
This is so surprising. The tournament just started in a few minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, and we do have already Endgame with really few pieces on the board.
Okay, so we I guess we'll go relatively quickly through the opening, but Shirov plays the white side, these Karakans, as well as anybody. And he here plays Bishop E2, Bishop E3. So typically you want to connect your pawns with another pawn. So a move like C3 would generally be the first choice, right? To create the pawn chain. But Bishop E3 is okay. And Ketty, you're Georgian, right? Every Georgian person plays the Karakan, right?
Oh, you know that. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. I assume you play the Karakan?
I do.
So I guess you know from experience, right, that taking on D4, generally not that great of a choice at the moment, because when the knight takes on D4, it comes with the tempo against the bishop. The king is still on E8 and a check on the diagonal. C4, the board opens up and black is not ready to deal with it.
It's going to be a very tough position for black, and I can say that not in many games black can survive in this position. Just because what you pointed out here, the king is in the center, it's going to take forever for black king to castle, because in this system, in Karakan system, especially this one, black is always struggle to find the squares for the pieces. The bishop knight are fighting for E7 square, so it's always takes a while to castle. And if black opens up here, the position is going to be even worse for black.
For sure. And queen b6 was the choice of Hare Krishna. So do you have experience in this queen takes b2 line that we saw where white gives up this pawn here?
Yeah.
Do you play this line as black?
No. I would never take that pawn.
I agree with you. Like, these lines are so scary for me. So
Yes.
I would never venture it to myself, because white played them with queen e1. And as we've been pointing out, the king is still in the center. The minor pieces for black haven't developed. And the point of this line is that bishop takes d4, also a weird move, right? Because you don't usually want to give up your bishop for a knight, but if you take on d4 with the knight, as happened in the game, you see that the king on e8 isn't that safe. This is a well-known forcing variation, everybody. I would say don't try it at home unless you've studied it, because the move rook b1 is played, giving up the knight on c3 to trade the queens in this manner. And even though it's an endgame, Kenny, the point still stands that black's king isn't the safest, at least not in the immediate position, which is what white goes after. The bishop is threatened to be trapped with g4 and h5. The knight captures, and then white just plays c4, opening the position up for the bishop. So what a line we've seen.
Yeah, I kind of have a feeling that that's Shirov's home preparation, and he knows that this is just what he wants to get in the first game of Grand Prix. In the field of the very strong opponents, this is something that you will be very happy with white, right? Just have a little bit of advantage, nothing to risk at all.
Yeah, I mean, and when we think of people who take risks, it's Shirov is at the top of that list, but he is playing a position, rook trade, bishop takes c4, and now knight d5 by Hare Krishna. So there's no risk, but at the same time, Hare Krishna is playing this so quickly that he might have worked this out to pretty close to making a draw. Like, that's the downside of playing a very forcing line.
Yeah, that's right.
There's still life here, because the f7 pawn is the most important pawn on the board. I know the knight on d5 is attacking this f4 pawn, but the f7 pawn is one you don't want to give up. Of course, white can start with g3 and just protect the pawn chain, but I feel like that's a bit slow. And Kenny, now it is an extra pawn for black. So if if Shirov doesn't prove that he has some sort of initiative or he can sustain the pressure, and Black can kind of coordinate his pieces in a way that keeps everything tight and together, then maybe Black can push on the queen side.
Absolutely. It's an end game and there will be just one little mistake and it's going to be really tough for white. Do you think that after G3, Black might plan here to push F6 and try to like create some tension? Like, for instance, if you push E6, the pawn will be blocked by knight, knight E7. And I don't like that pawn is blocked on the square as the bishop is. So this sort of limits the bishop on c4.
Oh, that's a really good point that, you allow white to play e6, which seems counterintuitive. You're giving them a more advanced clear pass pawn, but the knight's a great blockader. So this could be exactly what we're talking about, where Black stops that pass pawn and maybe can start pushing on his own. But I think that in these positions that there's the possibility of like a rook c1 to d1. Like after rook c1, your king needs to make a choice. And if your king, say, goes to b7, then I go rook d1. And now you say, okay, I protect my knight. But because you played f6, I have this move e6, and there's a pin. And my next move is almost like a pre-move of rook takes d5, because once we trade all the pieces here, just to kind of show what that looks like, you just end up with this pawn that can't be stopped. And so I think Black needs to be really, really careful before making this f6 move because of tactics. And we don't typically think of endgame tactics, but you always need to keep that eye out in case something is in the air.
Yeah, and don't play such a brilliant move as I did.
I actually think f6 is a good idea. Like, even if it doesn't work in the initial position, that keeping that idea in mind, because let's say I didn't have this rook c1, and instead I say, I'm just gonna take here and take on f6 and try to go after your pawns. Like, you see the eval bar, it says it's about even, maybe even slightly better for Black, but the players are not thinking in terms of valuation. They're looking at this and trying to figure it out. We're like, oh, does rook e6, it wins the f6 pawn, but Black has a 2-on-1 here, and the a2 pawn is pretty weak. So you're just trying to map it out for the future of this game, and it's not that clear when a move like f6 might work.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also starting to think, after all, what I have seen rook c1 and the line you just showed up, maybe it's just better to first activate the king. This is the end game, and king is needed to be very active. First to push the king, and then you can have an option to push the pawns on the king side, or why not to start the attack on the queen side and create a pass pawn here.
Yeah, no, it's a really good option for Black to try. And I'm wondering if white wants, like, if this is really forcing a draw, because it's rook c1, the king has to move. Like, you're threatening to either lose the knight, or if the knight moves, to lose the pawn with check. And if the king moves, like, can white just go back and forth and like make a draw? So that's something that we don't necessarily want to see. Like, we don't want to see it just them shake hands, but it's good if you're Shirov to know that at any moment you can make this draw where the king has to go back, and then you can go rook d1, right? So you store that, you put it in your pocket, and then you look for more.
Yeah. That can be. He's taking his time. So for me, g3 is so natural move at this position, but he's taking his time, and this is the first moment of the game. They played a lot of moves already when Shirov actually started to think.
And what move is it? It's 21 moves have been played. So plenty of time left to reach the 40th move, I should say. It's the time control. So they shouldn't be too worried about that. But it's been an interesting game here. And in the other game in this group, Ketty, is no less interesting, the game between Wesley So and Leonard Dominguez, because when I see this position and I see white's fantastic pawn structure, I immediately just think something must have gone wrong for Dominguez. And then I do a quick material count, and I realize that at least temporarily, Dominguez is up a pawn. So I know what opening is from. Queen's Gambit accepted. That's why that pawn structure is the way it is. And Ketty, I don't play the Queen's Gambit accepted, the QJ is Black, because I love having central pawns. Do you have any experience chopping this pawn on c4?
Not myself. I would never do because of the same reason I love to have my pawns in the center.
Yeah, it's the pawn.
I would never do that.
It is interesting because Dominguez, he's known as a very principled player. He's his positional understanding is fantastic. And he's also very well prepared. So he makes the move b5, and it's the type of opening that students say, wait, but I thought you said to play in the center and develop your pieces. But black steals a pawn, protects the pawn, and this line becomes very forcing, Ketty, where a4 is played to break down the defensive c4. After c6, takes, and knight c3, queen b6, and just b3. Like, it's a very direct approach.
Yeah, and that's exactly what white has to do. Because white has this temporary advantage, we can say advantage, something that white has to use right away, the center, the activity of the pieces, and the weakness of the black pawns. So all the moves what white has to do now should be with the attack, with the threats. And this is very good strategy what Wesley So is doing.
Yes, and I guess Dominguez, he knew what to respond with, was e6. After pawn takes c4, throws his bishop to b4 here. And this makes perfect sense, developing while attacking, bishop d2, pawn takes. And here, Wesley plays knight f3. Like, at first, you think, why don't you just take a pawn? It's hanging, but you have to calculate. Am I giving away this d4 pawn? Can that be captured? After queen takes d4 here, this is under attack, but you see the eval bar go up because queen a4 check would have been the problem, where you check the king and the bishop is lost while protecting your bishop on c4. So don't just take pawns, and think I'm stealing your material. No, that could actually backfire with your king in the center. So instead, knight f3 is played first, and now it's Dominguez on the clock.
Yeah, I didn't see that was coming after queen d4. But that's something good that we have to keep in mind here with black pieces, that queen a4 might be a real threat for black.
And as I'm looking here in the openings, it seems like this is a new position. So both players on their own, maybe they've studied in the past, and especially for Dominguez, he's the one who chose to play the queen's gambit accepted. So it looks like a risky position for black. He has to be prepared in a line like this. And instead of going for some quick pawn captures, he should probably develop with knight e7, get his king out of the center, or knight f6. I'm not sure which square is better, but he has a choice between those two, and then get his king to the king side and castle. But white's position with those pawns in the center, it looks better to me.
Yeah, absolutely. White will get the c4 pawn later or sooner. And we're going to have the pawn structure, like white has the central pawns and the black has the queen side pawn. And that's going to be more comfortable to play with white, is not it?
To me, it definitely looks more comfortable to play. But the one thing that black has is that, when people have their pawns in the center, it's looking really good. You can at least try to attack those pawns, a bishop b7, a knight f6. So I could see black quickly putting pressure. And it reminds me of some of these like semi-Tarrasch positions where black has, an extra queen side pawn, and then white has the extra pawn in the center. And here it's an isolated pawn. But in some positions, that might just be a pass pawn. So you have to look out for some of these long-term ideas, and maybe this pawn can become a passer later in the game. Yeah.
That's true. If somehow, if black managed to stabilize the center, then black we're gonna have huge advantage on the queen side with that pawn.
That's right. We have some exciting games here at the start. I know that the game between Shirov and Hare Krishna deep in the end game. We have this one still in the early stages. We're going to do our best to keep going around the horn. But Ketty, I think for now, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for more from the FIDE Grand Prix, leg one.
We're back. This is FIDE Grand Prix round 1, and we have very interesting position right now. Kmar and Dubov. That's the game we have to check out, Robert.
Okay, I'll take us right
Something
there then.
crazy is happening, and I believe that's going to be one of the first game ending today.
Whew. Oh, okay. So it looks like Dubov went for the queenside storm, but the king is still on e8. So, Ketty, you kind of called it. You said, I don't like taking this pawn on h2. The extra pawn doesn't feel worth it for black. And f3, e4 has indeed happened. So we left off right here at the move. So knight b6 was Dubov's choice. Instead of moving his king over, f3 was played. Knight c4 makes sense to me, just trying to jump into the position. And bishop takes c4 wouldn't be all that great for white because the g2 pawn would be a target, and then black can continue attacking. So instead, bishop c1, b5, e4. And what do you think about this move, Ketty? b4 by Dubov.
I feel that this might be good for white, and the engine went all the way up. To me, it seems that b4 causes more weaknesses for black rather than attacks, right? For instance, now, okay, knight is hanging, but can white first play queen a4, maybe to attack c6 pawn? There will be knight d5 ideas instead of going back, just to capture this pawn in the center, because the pawn c6 is pinned, and black has to guard that pawn with the queen or with the rook. King d7 will be too crazy to play, and then white can respond with knight d5 right away.
Yeah, no, wow. I mean, I think, could it be the Dubov just missed queen a4? Because this line is very straightforward, just to show some people out there, because the knight is hanging, but as you pointed out, Ketty, queen takes c6 is check, and it's also check to that rook in the corner. So white would just win material, and as you see, sky high evaluation, win the game. So you can't take the knight, rook c8, knight takes d5. That's just white winning the pawn back. And after knight takes d5, pawn takes d5, the knight is under attack. The a5 pawn's under attack. c6 is under attack and pinned. The e file is open for a rook e1 move. This looks really bad.
It is not fun. It is not fun for black.
What? I mean, this it seems like the type of position that Dubov would have from the white side. A crazy position where he's tactically better. But just to sort of finish this variation, I think knight b6 is forced because your knight has nowhere else good to go. And after queen takes a5, knight takes d5, I see this position. I would just push a4. I keep the queen side closed. I have an outside pass pawn here that is great. My rook can still come to e1 later. White has the bishop pair, and white's not even down a pawn anymore.
No. And that's so much weaknesses for black, and white has a clear plan here, just to attack whatever weakness or just to promote a pawn. How black can stop that?
Yeah,
the pawn can go all the way on a6, and the a6 is supported by a bishop on f1, and oh god, I don't really wish to have this position with black.
You know what you need to do for black is get your other rook and put it on a8. The rook that you no longer have, or the queen is almost trapped where it is in a5, but there's nothing that black can do to attack it. And the queen can go to a6. And then, as you're pointing out, like white's just going to push that pawn up the board, can put the bishop on c4. That's a nice square for it. So I really, really do not like this position for black. And I think that Vincent Keimer has shown great opening preparation, great understanding of where he can catch Dubov.
Yeah, and also, Robert, Dubov just covered from COVID. Do you think it might be a factor for him to play really strong event right away after quite a strong Tata Steel tournament?
I don't know. I mean, I think probably the end of the Tata Steel where he had to, forfeit those games. That's not easy to recover from, even, if we take that into account, in addition to whatever physical ailments he might have had. I don't know. So I think that it's been a weird period for Dubov of playing in a top tournament, then not playing the last few games, then coming to the Grand Prix, and you're playing the lowest rated player in your group, and there are some expectations that come with that. But Vincent Keimer, if you look at his rating history, Ketty, all he does is win rating points. He was so good in the Grand Swiss, in the European Team Championships. He just wins rating, and his graph is just an an upswing.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just 17 years old, and he started to surprise chess world back when he was 14, as I remember. And unfortunately, this is the period, the COVID period is not very helpful for the youngsters like himself and many others. They don't have much of the tournaments. They don't have much of the opportunities to play tournaments and gain some rating, and they're then on place in the chess world, and this is a tournament that he's very much looking forward to play, and I'm sure that he's ready to fight. He's ready to fight not only this game but in overall.
Yeah, and he's not a player you can just say, look at his rating and say, I'm the favorite because I'm 60 points higher rated. No, he's underrated, Vincent Keimer, probably because he's so young and he hasn't had, as you were saying, the opportunities during the pandemic. But every tournament he plays in, he's gained rating. He works very hard on chess. I know he worked with Peter Leko. I'm not sure if they're still working together, but he has been training with Leko for many years. So it's a great pairing. And Vincent is just, he's one of those. You have kids, he's only 17, you look at him like, oh, he'll be amazing in a few years. No, he's amazing right now.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what, before Queen A4 is not really hard move to be spotted, and it just calls it just calls, B5, B4, that's a weakness. I gave up A4 square, come and get me. Yes.
Yeah, and even if you don't play that move, I was just thinking, like, what if he for some reason choose not to? He can take on D5 first as well. That's a little more wild of a position, because after you look, pawn takes C3, this knight on C4 is under attack, so I take here. And if you just look at this and like, okay, my king doesn't feel that safe in these positions. I think it's still good for white, but I could understand why you'd want to avoid this. And so the third option is just moving your knight away to A4, because you're attacking this knight on C4, and after a move like pawn takes A3, white pushes B3, and that C6 pawn is still weak. So that's really why I dislike Daniil's position so much, is I feel like for white here, for Vincent, he has like 4 different moves that all look pretty good for white, and black's position is very shaky.
Yeah. Like, oh wow, we actually named 3 moves that can give white a decisive advantage. And black is taking his time. He's not making any move. He's now thinking and evaluating all these lines. That's very good strategy. Shall we go to the pool B that we have not seen yet, any of those games?
Let's do it. We'll go to Group B, and okay, well, we have the game between Fedoseev and Oparian on screen. This one looks pretty interesting, but I did want to check out the game between Rapport and Wojtaszek, because Radek is the replacement for Ding Liren. And so you think he doesn't have time to prepare, and you look at his rating. He's over 100 points lower rated than Ding Liren. But let's not be so quick to forget that Radek was like 2750 about, and was the Polish #1 before Jan Krzysztof Duda came around.
Yes.
So we look at this position, Ketty, and I would say that at first glance, even though black is up a pawn, this D4 pawn, I like the look of white's position.
Yeah. It came from Catalan, right? One more game in Catalan. And this rook on A6 looks very fancy. I really want to check out how the rook got there.
Yeah, so it was Catalan indeed, taking on C4 and Queen C2, C5. So you're striking in the center. And it's funny to have a bishop on B4 like this, but it's it's ultra well defended. A3 forcing off the board. And if I just stop here for a second, Ketty, it's a position where black hasn't developed. Like white has 3 minor pieces and the queen ready to get involved, and black's king is in the center, as is white's, and the queen side just underdeveloped here.
Yeah. And those who plays Catalan, that's exactly what white needs to have. And that's the character of this opening, to have very active pieces, very active game, and then slowly outplay the opponent.
That's right. And I mean, we're seeing where the rook came to A6, white castled, and then black went rook to A6, because B5 is what he wanted. He said, if I play bishop D7, I'm developing my bishop, right? is that really that great of a developed bishop? I don't think so. White can even just take on d4 and
Yeah, but to be honest, that's the move that's very human-like move. Like I would go bishop d7, but this is the game of Richard Rufford, and he plays Richard Rufford move rook a6, like the other way, defensive way. And I think I like this move. b5 now is a threat, and bishop b7 will be actually better placed than bishop on d7.
And that's exactly what happened. The bishop did come to b7, and for the time being, the d4 pawn was defended. So by placing the bishop on b7 rather than on d7, you keep control of this pawn, which is your extra pawn. And Ketty, White's down a pawn can take the pawn back by either taking on c6 and on d4 or taking on b5 right away. I don't love the look of queen takes b5 because Black's response is so obvious, rook b6, and you may have a problem down the b file going forward here. So if you take on c6 and say bishop takes c6 here, I think at first glance, you say queen takes d4, not that big of a deal for Black because it's now even material. We'll trade queens. But if you trade queens here, you're actually much worse as Black because I will allow you to trade bishops as well. And these pawns have gone too far. And White's plan is simple: rook c1, rook c5, and start attacking those pawns exactly where they sit. So I think it's a good instructive lesson, Ketty, for pawns that have gone far can be really bad in endgames.
Yeah, and this is not active pawns. They are not attacking, but they can be the weakness. And it might look like quite standard position. The pawn structures looks very similar, but White's pieces are so active and has such a big potential. And it's gonna be like there are small nuances that's gonna be better for White here, just a slightly better.
Yeah, it's the b5 pawn, the c6 square that this knight can hop to with the rook on c1. And it just, Black is kind of frozen in place, whereas White has many improving moves, and it's going to be a bad position for Black in the ending. So I'm curious to see in this position here how Radek continues, because he has a choice. Get this d4 pawn, get this b5 pawn. I think just to finish the line we were looking at, that if Wojtaszek does take on d4, that Report knows better. He's not going to trade queens. He'll make his move queen a8 to line up his queen and bishop on the diagonal. And it's not clear where now White is going to make progress from, because the queen is actually well positioned on a8. And, the weaknesses in the end game aren't as easy to attack with all the pieces on the board.
Yeah, that's right. Just to simplify the position and get into the end game, I think that's fine for White.
Yes, the dream, and that's why he's not trading queens. He knows better. He's going to keep his pieces active. So we'll see how this one continues here. Let's go back to the Fedoseev Oparin game, same group, just the other game going on here. That one looks to me, Ketty, at least, that we've gone quite far, and it's even material. If this bishop were to take on c5, I mean, we can go to see how we got here, but I think that the position right now is very solid for Black.
It is. Is it from Catalan? One more game?
I think we have a theme today. I don't know if the players have a memo where they have to play it, but yes, there's another Catalan.
Yeah. There used to be some tournaments, very strong tournaments, where all the players used to play the same opening, And it makes me this kind of vibes that they're just now picked the Catalan defense, and they are playing it.
Yeah, and here, I mean, Oparin says, I want to keep my pawn. So this line b5, we often see the move a6, the main lines of the Catalan historically: queen c4, b5, queen c2, bishop b7. And Vladimir Kramnik, go look through his games. He had so many great games in the Catalan before he retired. So this position is really well known to compete on the diagonal with the bishop on g2. But instead, in this game, we saw b5, and after a4, bishop b7. So, Katie, this kind of goes against like many chess principles in a way, where you're giving up a pawn. Your pawn on c4 is still a target, but this is kind of theory at this point, where after a takes b5, there's this move a6, because queen takes c4 does not work out for White.
Can I suggest one move? Like we can just go a little bit back Oh yeah, that's nice trick. It's nice trick to win a rook. If after b5, is not there knight d5 first to attack the rook? Or this can lead us in some crazy lines when black sacrifices an exchange.
Yeah, these lines, I mean, the queen takes d4 is a move, and the bishop takes a8, queen takes e5. This is like, it's a known line. It's not played that often, but it's pretty unclear. But I would definitely take black because you have a minor piece and 2 pawns and the potential for an attack if white isn't careful. So I tend to like these positions from the black side, and the engine slightly prefers black here. And I think that's why most people don't play it. But yeah, it would be, it is a possible line for sure, this knight e5 move. And black can also play knight d5 to save the rook. So it's 2 different options in the position.
Yeah, okay. A4 looks quite decent move. Bishop b7 looks quite unnatural. Like the pawn is hanging here, just giving it back, and then c4 pawn will be hanging also.
Yeah, the move, you know, bishop b7 looks so strange, but a6 is the point. And we showed the queen c4 is a big blunder because there's a rook on a1 that's not defended, and a takes b5 hits the queen and thus wins the rook on a1. Nothing you can do about it. So instead, we saw knight c3, a takes b5, a trade of rooks, and knight takes b5. This looks at first glance just to be good for white because it's even material and the c4 pawn is weak, but it looks like Oparin has studied this. He knows what he's doing. He plays bishop d5 to protect the pawn. The rook came to d1 and he just played c5. And after pawn takes c5, he didn't even take back. He went queen a5 here, Ketty. This is a live position. And he's attacking the knight. The c5 pawn is going to fall. And at first glance, I do like white's position because you can just retreat your knight and take the bishop, but Oparin seems to be well within his preparation.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this knight c3 and then just taking the bishop on d5 idea. There can be also some moves like e4, e5 that white can also take a look at with some typical knight g5 Catalan threads, right? Where it really depends where the bishop will go, or it's just simply to take the bishop on d5.
Yeah, honestly, you're saying all these different moves. It's true. White seems to have so many more options than black does because black's moves have been reacting to what white's doing. The bishop on d5 protected c4. And I guess the reason why queen a5 was played was after bishop takes c5. There is something a bit nerve-wracking down this line. It might be your move knight g5. Like I wouldn't count that move out because e4 is now a threat trying to win the bishop. If this knight were to be kicked away from f6, there's mate on h7. If you play h6, oh, I'm just going to get rid of your knight. e4, it's getting really sharp here. I don't even know what's happening. It says zeros because the engine always says, oh, it's just even, but this is a wild position.
Yeah, it might be even for engine because it's some line there is something that black can play, but so hard for human perspective even to play it, like even to capture c5 pawn right away, because you see this line, you see e4 comes, and then the pin on d5 file can be really crucial for black. So you really stop to calculate these lines right there, because we're not engines and we don't know why this can be 0-0.
Yeah, this is just saying, yeah, no problem. But if, like you said, from a human perspective, it looks very dangerous for black. So Oparin brought his queen to a5. I still prefer Fedoseyev's position, but I think that it is quite solid for the time being for black. So if Fedoseyev isn't very accurate, probably Oparin can equalize after that. So, are there anything else going on in some of these other games? I know we have 8 games going on, 4 different groups, so much action. I see Grishuk hasn't moved in a long time.
He's not. He's doing his thing. He's thinking a lot.
Well, I'll change the game.
Move 10, and he's down to 53 minutes. We do have here classical chess time control, right? So 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then after 40 moves, they gonna get 30 minutes increment. But this is move 10, and he's already down to 53 minutes. We might see here some time trouble for Grishuk. What a surprise, right?
I have a question for you, Ketty. What is time travel when we talk about Grishuk? Because we talk about most players, having 2 minutes for 15 moves is time travel. Is that time travel for Grishuk? Because it's just normal.
Mm-hmm. True. True. It's just normal.
Oh, well, the last few moves that we left off, he did, in fact, that's Grishuk. He took on c4 and played c5, which is a known decision. Castle takes. Knight takes c4, and he went a6. So he's taking away the b5 square so that the knight can never jump there. And I can understand that move. But the problem with playing a6 is that now the b6 square can be an issue for Black to deal with. A rook is going to come to b1. We know that. And it's going to be hard for Black to keep the queen side defended. And Yasepenko went bishop a3 very quickly, so he's clearly prepared. And I think the point is that White is just going to try to take over this b file and put pressure on this b7 pawn.
Yeah, that's what White wants to do. Can Black here go with queen e7 because there's more space for Black as well?
That's true.
Knight is hanging, then can be rook d8 next move.
Okay, so you're just gonna put all. I mean, that makes sense. I have to move my queen. Say like queen c1.
And can now Black go with e5 maybe with potential bishop b6. The point is that because all of this White move, queen came on e7 with a tempo and discard b7 pawn, so it's not hanging for a moment.
Actually, I really like this because you can then bring your knight to c6 as well. So if Black is quick, then you're able to fully develop, and that should limit White's advantage. So I'm trying to think, maybe after your queen e7 move, there's something that Andre has in store, because knight ac2 was just a quick move that I was like, okay, my knight's under attack, let's move towards the center. Maybe I have an option where maybe I should start with queen c1, because after rook d8, I move there anyway. And if you play rook d8 now, I can move my knight to b3. So the difference is I didn't have to move my knight away from a3 yet. And so after e5, maybe I have c5 and my knight comes into c4.
I love it. Knight can come on c4, knight can come on a5 as well, rook b1. This is very good position for White. Tons of ideas.
So this move order is always important. So if queen c1 is played, maybe your move e5 should first be played by Black. The rook doesn't need to be on d8 just yet. And now after knight to b3, bishop e6, c5 is a move slower, and the move rook d8 isn't helpful. Like, you're not going to play rook d8 here. You can play knight c6, for example. So this move order is really important, and I'm trying to be tricky as White and just play a move order that doesn't allow you to pin me. But I think that Black still gets the full development. And the game continues here. Knight c4 looks pretty strong for White, but at least Black can claim that all the pieces are out, the rooks are connected, and that should make life a little bit easier.
Yeah. It can be.
So we can go back to the live position. I mean, Grishuk will probably think for a while, and the reason he's thinking is exactly the lines we're going through. We have the benefit of when we make a move, we can take it back, or we can see the engine change, evaluation, and we're like, oh, that was a bad move. Let's see why. For Grishuk, if he makes an inaccuracy, let's say he makes a move like, I don't know, queen c7, just a normal looking move. This looks like a worse version of what we were looking at, because after takes, now the knight can come towards the center at some point. But the point is that I don't need to be stuck in that position where my knight's an a3 and I have to play for c5. Now the knight can in fact come to a square like c3, and I can play in the center. So
absolutely. Knight in c3 in center is just way better, because this knight can get around easier and can also support the center. Move orders are so important here. But from a very, very typical Catalan setup, there is a little bit difference. The C pawn. Usually the pawn is on b3, and that's totally different position. Now it's on c4. Black can attack it, but White can use this pawn, for instance, to push it c5 and then to jump knight on the d6 or b6 dark squares. What do you think? Is it good for White to have this pawn isolated on c-file?
It's a tough question to answer, because there's a trade-off. As you're saying, the pawn can push to c5, the b file's open, so those are good things, but the pawn is isolated. So I'm going to show how White can go wrong. Let's say Black plays knight d7. I just want to sort of force a position that looks, pretty normal, but I'm going to put this knight, on c5. actually, maybe even knight e5 is better because of the pawn, like something like this, where there are options to go for this pawn. But I was just trying to get like a blockade going and then suggest that the pawn as an isolated pawn is just something I can target. So I think white still needs to be a bit careful in these types of positions, not to just assume that the position will be easy because I have a target. No, black can actually stabilize, even with like rook d8 first, just creating some problems down the line here. And then now my knight can move out to e5 or c5, hitting this knight on d4. I think black gets some good play because the pawn is weak.
Yeah, absolutely. This pawn can be the target, and if black trades c4 pawn to b7 pawn, black will be really happy with that.
Right, and it's not like some of the other positions, like the report potential position against Wojtaszek, where the pawn was already on b5 and white was getting all active in an endgame. No, this position is much more to figure out because of the clear weaknesses for white, but also the clear weaknesses for black.
Yeah. Shall we go to the pool C? We have some updates there. Vincent Kemar just made a move. Queen a4 is on the board, and he used some time. He was probably calculating all the possibilities that he had, and he made this decision. And we have seen this is the right direction. We have not seen the game Aronian Vidit yet so far. Maybe we can also take a look at that.
For sure. I just quickly point out that this is where we thought the game would go. And look at Dubov's clock. He's the one spending time. Vincent has more time than he started with. So this is really dangerous territory for Dubov. And let's go to the game between Levon and Vidit, as you mentioned, just the other game in the group here. Why is there, the king is on h1. I was surprised to see that, honestly. I was like, wait, what is the king doing there? That's kind of funny.
I know what's going to happen now. White's going to attack the king side. That's what king is doing there. Maybe it was just against bishop h2, these nasty Greek gift things, and maybe he wants just to be away, and on the other hand he wants to push something like f3 e4 to start the attack in the center and then in the king side. But king h1 is something that you don't see every day.
Yeah, when I looked, I thought that it's almost like a mouse slip. The king accidentally went to h1. But if we go through the game, the start of the game was very peaceful. Bishop b4, so we had a Nimzo, an e3, and bishop d3 trade. And this idea of going knight to e2 is exactly what you were just discussing, Ketty, to play f3, to play e4, to expand in the center. And so the response by black is aimed at not making that so easy. That's why the bishop goes to a6 to trade, because without this bishop on d3, e4 is now more under black's control. So I like the decision by Vidit, and here king h1 was played. So I guess the big question, Kenny, is why king h1? Like if f3 was played to start with, maybe there's some drawback because the king is where it is.
Yeah. Usually after f3, black responds with c5 right away, not to allow opponent to go with e4, just to blow the center. And in some very deep lines, probably there was check that Aronian disliked, and he played this move. And in some lines, white has to play anyway, king h1, so he just went right away.
Yeah, especially because f3, as you said, that when f3 comes, you want to play c5. The king on this diagonal, if it gets open, that could be a problem. For instance, after pawn c5, bishop takes c5, there's no e4, right? That's a drawback, whereas the king was on h1, then you could play e4 and break open the whole position. So that could be one of those little differences that are actually really important. So that's why instead of playing f3, we saw Levon play king h1. Now after c5, because the pawn is still on f2, the pawn chain feels a lot safer. I wouldn't take on c5 anyway. I'd play rook to d1 and try to use the d file. But now there's no weaknesses in white's position. So king h1 is not just a quiet move. It actually prevents black from doing certain things. c5 was played, rook d1 was the response, and now g6 from Vidit, and the bar just went up, Ketty. So the move g6 was not approved of.
Yeah, it should not be the best here. Another idea why White played King H1 is that maybe he just went out from Bishop H2. Like for instance, if White goes all these lines right away and allows Black to take this pawn, it can be a really strong attack and cannot end good for White. And in these lines, when King is on H1 and Black takes on H2, White is not under the check, and White can play F4, White can play G3 to trap the bishop and then to capture that bishop.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, let's say instead of G6, like Bishop H2, in this particular position, it might not work out because of King H2, Knight G4 check, and King G3. But your point is that the king has to go to H1. You see the evaluation board drop because Queen H4 threatening to go to H2 with checkmate. And if you give space to your king, you lose this pawn, and then you're not getting out of this. I mean, the rook is coming up into the game here, and you're just getting checkmated pretty quickly. So
yeah,
that's your point. And if the king goes to G3, all right, it happens to work in this position for White, but we know that the players, they always have to be a little bit careful that the king on G3 is never happy.
Yeah, true.
So I like your point that it's not check. So even if, there could be another move that is good. For example, let's say I take on A6 and play Queen A4, queen, to get a tempo against your knight and try to bring my queen to the 4th rank for defense, or just play G3, as you point out, the bishop is trapped here and you can win it later.
Yeah.
So I like what you said. And G6 played, and I don't think that's a bad move. The engine at first didn't love it, but now that it's thinking a little bit and got a little more depth, it says, all right, not such a big deal. Keddy, these types of positions, I almost always want to have the white side of them. Is there any part of you that would take black in this position?
No, especially after G6. I don't like this move. I really don't like this move because, in case if White opens up the F file, that actually King H1 was, I think, the idea of that, then Knight on F6 will be not a good piece. It will be hanging. Or if White opens up the bishop from D2 and comes on G5, it's going to be under the threat. So I really worry about the dark squares around the king in the long perspective. Maybe now it's fine, but in longer perspective, if White keeps the bishop, dark square bishop, there might be some struggle in the end game. Unless Black.
Sorry, yes, you inspired me, because what you were just saying made so much sense that I was thinking that if we trade and play F3, a potential idea might even be bishop E1 to H4 at some point.
Oh, nice. Like an Stonewall idea, right? To get this bishop on H5 in that case. Yeah, I like this. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, the knight will be pinned. The D5 pawn is weak. And a big problem for Black is you never want to take on D4, because after knight takes D4, you have this isolated pawn. And you pointed out when the F file opens, Black's the one in danger here, because the G pawn would really like to go back to G7 to keep the knight safe and sound. But you lost some control. You took control of the F5 square, but you lost control over the F6 square.
Yeah. What might Sweden have in his mind when he played G6 move?
I think he's threatening C4 to trap the bishop. So he's forcing bishop takes A6 here. But I think it solves maybe one problem or forces one thing, but doesn't solve others.
Okay. Yeah, so, makes sense.
Yeah, I think Vid has a lot to figure out here. He's well behind on the clock. It is Levon's turn, but I think bishop takes A6 and F3 is the choice for now, Keddy. I think we're going to head to a quick break. So we'll be back in a few. I'm going to stretch these legs, grab some water, but stay tuned, everybody. More from the Grand Prix in just a few.
Welcome back at FIDE Grand Prix first round. And here we are in the middle of the games, and we still don't have any results yet. How about to start to analyze the game of Nakamura and Bakro, because we started with that game and probably we do have some updates there, Robert.
Okay, well, we were looking at Grishuk and Yesipenko's game, and actually it's a queen e7, queen c7 was chosen by Grishuk, but let's go to the other game in the group. No less important is Bakro against Nakamura. So we still have a symmetrical pawn structure, Ketty. Not the most exciting position, at least at first glance. Even material, both players looking down the only open file, the E file, the queen on B3 a little bit more active than the queen on D7 because you're putting pressure on a pawn. Ketty, help me out here. What else?
Yeah. I see something here. What about the time? Bakr is down to 48 minutes and he's still thinking. You know what? The position is so dry. There are not so much ideas. And sometimes it can be a problem for players to lose the time because they can't find the precise plan how to proceed. Yeah,
that's true. And actually, sometimes you think you get a sense of comfort of like, oh, it's just equal. I can make a draw no matter what. But then you make some inaccuracy and then your opponent could take advantage of it. Here, it really looks very level. I like what Hikaru did. He put his pawn on c6 as to bring his knight to d8 because his knight can go to e6. And all of a sudden, black's pieces are aiming at the king side. Not that there's an attack, but at the very least, you're starting to put a little bit of pressure. And actually, let's say I make a random move like a3. I'm just gonna start making random moves for white. Black plays knight e6, and then white plays rook d1, normal looking move. And black plays bishop to d6. Like all of a sudden, I start to like the look of the position for black because if white continues to do nothing, a4, I'm just making obviously not good moves. We see that the pieces where they sit are already in quite active positions. So you can make a move like queen c7. I'm targeting your pawn. You play g3. Now I immediately want to play f5. Like that's my initial thoughts. Can I play a move like f5? Can I play bishop e4, f5, f4? I know I'm giving black a free hand, but that's sort of the point. Is that if you think I don't have to do anything, no matter what I do, it's going to be equal, you can actually get yourself into a worse position.
Yeah, absolutely. That's maybe the reason why Bakro is thinking maybe he fails all these moves are coming in the ideas. There can be also something like h5, h4, really strong attack here additionally. And rooks can also lift on the 6th rank if necessary, rook e6, when the knights leaves and so on. Some ideas, and knowing Hikaru Nakamura, because we have seen all of his plays, many games, he likes to move around a lot, get the opponent tired, and then win at the moment that no one really expects.
Right, and it's a good strategy because right now he's just playing solid chess, but you shouldn't take the position for granted. It says zeros in the eval bar. We know it's about equal, but the way I see it, the queen on b3 is a bit less useful than the queen on d7, and this knight coming to e6, bishop to d6, those ideas seem nice for black. One idea, Ketty, and I actually want your take on this, like let's say white plays knight e5, so your queen's probably gonna go to c7 to get out the way, and then should or can white make this move c4? I'm giving myself an isolated pawn, but I'm trying to open up my position so that I'm getting into an attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Like for instance, if black takes this pawn, the bishop will come on c4, target f7 right away, and white's pieces are more active in that case. Instead of taking on c4, maybe black can think of something else.
Yeah, maybe bishop e6. Just
bishop e6. Yeah, bishop e6 with idea f6, just to kick the knight.
And it's one of these moves that I now want to take back. Can I please go c4 back to c3? Like, because I definitely don't want to take on d5 because this is a position where instead of giving white the diagonal, black's bishop is there first. And if we start trading pieces, why did I just give myself an isolated pawn? I don't like that at all. So less pieces on the board. And also, I'm not a big fan of bishop on e3. It's so stuck in between the pawns, not active, and black is not too ambitious in that position. So Bakro played bishop f4. He doesn't want to push any pawns just yet. I assume knight e6. That would be my, if I were playing a bullet game, I'd play knight e6 without thinking. And then the bishop will probably just drop back to g3 here. And you mentioned pushing pawns, Ketty.
Yeah.
I mean, black can play h5.
Yeah, you know what? I might also expect g5 here for at some point in this position. G5, f6 to control e5 square, then h5, h4. We might see some sort of this kind of attack here.
I like it. No, I really do. And this reminds me of the game that Vidit played as black against Anish Giri in Tsatsalashvili, where it looked like white was the one pressing, and then Vidit found the moves f6, g5, and started pushing his pawns up the board. This could happen here, especially considering Bakro's move bishop f4. Like bishop f4, it's inviting knight e6 with the tempo against the bishop. And then the bishop drops back. I want to push my pawns and try to trap your bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think all the problems that we just mentioned here start because white's pieces are not that active. Bishop on f1 is not the place for the bishop. Bishop should be on d3 to control this diagonal and create some threats. Knight on d3, I'm not sure. Knight can be on f3 to jump, then on e5, not to take the square from the bishop, and the queen, which we started to talk about, b3. It's just far away from all the actions, and it's going to take forever to come back. But where queen should go, like there's no any better square than b3 too.
Yeah, I don't see necessarily a good square either. And the good news of playing bishop f4 is you open up the e file. So perhaps white wants to double rooks, rook e3, rook to e1. But if you see knight e6 and say g5, I don't think you have time to just play a move like rook to e3, because black has made some of the intentions clear with moves like h5 and f6, as you pointed out. So I do like the look of this for black. But then again, if you start pushing your kingside pawns and it doesn't work out, you may have created too many weaknesses in your position and it can backfire.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be sure that that's it. You have to go, and that's the right moment. Maybe Hikaru will wait a little bit more. He will go around, prepare it. Instead of starting g5, maybe he will start with f6 first to control e5. Anything else can be also played just to put his opponent into time trouble, like to have at least like down to 20 minutes on the clock.
And one last idea that I can think of is there are times where you actually take this knight on d3 and then play a move like g6, because you claim that the bishop on d3, while white has the two bishops advantage, you put that in quotes, because what's the advantage of having this bishop? Look at black's pawns. That's a pawn chain. Their pawn chain's here. Maybe this pawn will go to f5, and the bishop has no scope in the position. So especially if black is able to exchange dark square bishops, the knight will be better than the bishop is. So black would have a nice opportunity to play for more.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. That can be better than the light square bishop in the end game.
So we're talking about tons of possibilities. You know, who knows what will happen at this point, but we are starting to feel like Hikaru can try a few things here, and maybe just the solid start of the game doesn't mean that he's just looking for a draw. He could try to fight for more. But Ketty, are there any other games that are catching your eye right now?
Yeah, there are. I have two suggestions. We can take a look of Kemar Dubov game, because some things went the other way there. And we can also later take a look of Shirov and Hare Krishna. They actually are not going to make a draw anytime soon. They are playing.
I'm so shocked that Alexei Shirov is fighting. You know, the most peaceful player that has ever existed, Alexei Shirov. Well, what happened here is a queen a4 was played after b4, and then rook c8, and he didn't take on d5, instead he took on b4, and after bishop takes b4, he went knight a2. So what Vincent's doing is he said, I'm not going to force the action. Instead, I'm going to attack your bishop. If the bishop moves, your knight's under attack. E takes d5, of course, still remains an option. So he's playing this more calmly than I would have expected.
Yeah, maybe he also avoids the trade of the knights because he's keeping the piece on a2. Very likely bishop will go back on e7, and he can now either take the knight on c4 and then push d5, or as you mentioned, just attack the pawn on d5. Yeah, with the same ideas, right? As in our previous lines.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this king's in the center. Like, this is not the place you want it to be. C4 is weak. A5 is weak. So this position, the only bit of good news for black is the G2 pawn in this type of position could be under attack, but the king is so vulnerable that I don't want any part of that. So I'm with you, Katie, that even if the bishop retreats, the problems still persist and black's in some trouble here.
Absolutely. But right after bishop goes back, e takes d5, I believe, is stronger threat for black.
Yeah, it also looks just spoiled for choice. E takes d5. The knight, I guess, can do its little wraparound here and take on d5 with maybe this knight and play rook a8. So maybe that's what Dubov is hoping for, just a way to counter against White's king. So I think Keimer has to be a bit careful here not to just, play any careless moves. But yeah, bishop takes c4. How could this be bad for White? Just your first instinct is definitely the correct one. It's like, this is really not nice for the black king. And honestly, you might even want to start with the move rook d2, just not to give away this pawn. A5 is still hanging. C4 is still hanging. The king's in the center. White's pawn structure is better. It's bad.
Yeah, this queen on h2 just makes me so sad. The queen, the strongest piece, does nothing actually. After rook d2, it's even worse for black because there's no g2 pawn weakness there. Like, black can take it and activate the queen, and the rest can be queen c4, queen a5, d5. It's just a very, very good position for White.
Yeah, and just to sort of show, like, d5 right away, it looks really strong, but queen takes g2. Now it's getting messy. d6 is possible. d takes c6 is possible. And both moves still look like White can have a promising attack. But in this position, I get that it looks great for White, but now it's about concrete calculation because you've given up your g2 pawn, which means f3 is weak, which means e4 is weak. And it's not clear how you punish black completely. Like, it seems that Dubov will be able to hold things together for the time being.
Yeah. We don't do that. We don't do that here with White.
No, we just protect, and then everything is weak after that. So Keimer in great shape right now. Dubov trying to figure out what to do. He doesn't have good options. It's every move is difficult to play.
Yeah, absolutely. We can now switch maybe to the game of Wesley So and Dominguez, the same pool. Here we have a little bit of changes from the moment we checked it out.
Okay, Wesley So and Dominguez, yes.
Yeah,
got it.
So c4 pawn is gone, and the bishop, light square bishop, is also gone from White's position. And as we were talking, black pushed a pawn forward, and here we have this pawn structure.
Okay, so another rook on a6. That's this Catalan has been played many times, and a rook on a6 has now appeared in a couple of games. And I mean, Ketty, at first glance, I kind of like black's position because everything is forced. My best idea for White is to push the pawn back to d4 and keep control of the position. But with the pawn on d5, black already threatens the pawn 3 times. And if you take on e6, that rook on a6 is perfectly placed to take back and attack the e4 pawn.
Yeah, black starts to make some active moves now. The pawn is hanging, then knight can develop really easily. And what White really has, the center is gone, the pieces are traded. No, d takes e6 should not be the White's first choice.
But at this point, I'm trying to figure out what else to do here because it's attacked so many times.
Yeah.
I could see this game actually. I don't like to predict draws, but let's say you take and play a move like rook to b1 and just try to take this pawn on b4 and just trade everything off. Like something like that could be a queen b3, e takes d5, and then you go queen takes b4. Like we just traded all the pawns off the board and there are not many left. This could be the start of a handshake,
Yeah. Yeah, I just realized that the players we choose in our teams, they are playing against each other today. And this is one of those players.
And this is exactly why I chose Dominguez on my fantasy team, because he's such a solid player. Oop, I started the game from the beginning, but Wesley as well, but Dominguez is exceptionally hard to beat. The downside sometimes of that style is maybe you don't win that many games, but when you're playing 6 rounds, a double round robin with 4 players in the group, so 6 total games, it's really important not to lose. You can't afford to lose games. That just can't happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think Wesley, this is not what he wanted out of the opening, and Dominguez, the black pieces, first game, that's really good news for him. But you mentioned the other game in the group between Shirov and Hari Krishna. So let's go to that game, because I see a king for black on c5, and wow, Kenny, I don't know about this game here. It feels like black's a bit frozen because the king can't move off of c5 and the rook is stuck in the d file protecting this knight. But if white's not careful and gets too ambitious, I mean, the queenside pawns are moving.
Yeah.
If I put you on the spot and I said, you have to tell me how this game ends, what do you think?
I think it's going to end in the end a draw, but I have a feeling that both players are going to try still. For instance, white can try something like to take the knight, rook has to take, then give a check with rook on c1, and then to get on the 7th rank.
Right, so let's...
That's very risky, but yeah, right. It's very risky. But it allows king to get on.
I like the idea. It's not going to work in this position because, as you know, we're showing you take, and then black has these pawns that are.
I did not expect it that you would play a6. In my lines, a pawn was on a7.
No, I didn't even mean to do that, but I see your point that the a7 pawn was. So let's say g6 is played, and I still don't think that this is going to be the best situation for white, but I see what your point is. Now a7's under attack, f7's under attack, and I'm still going to play a5 just to keep my pawn. But your point holds that this could be a bit dangerous if black is not careful. It seems to be the case that here, even if you go after the pawns and try all the stuff, black's pawn comes first. It's about the quality and the quickness of the pass pawn in the end game, and black's pawn just pushing itself up the board. But I see your point that if you take your eye off of the position and make some kind of mistake, then bishop takes d5 could be a choice for white to make.
Yeah. But also just what we have here in the game, this position seems to me that black might be stuck, cannot really move around, but black is fine there, and there are not much of the threats that white can create. And this idea which you mentioned from very beginning, a6 b5, is something that I would be really afraid of if I were white.
The thing is, what next, right? Like, I'm going to give black some free moves. I'm going to like king h1. We're going to trade the pawns here. I'm going to play king g1. And I don't see what black does now, because you can play knight to b6, which trades the rooks, but then you lose f7. And this type of position is not what black wants, because you're losing h5 as well. The e-pawn now is a protected pass pawn, and the bishop is better than the knight in these endgames because it can cover both sides of the board. So if black can't play knight to b6, I mean, what can black do?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. How black can push the pawn is blocked, and king and the rook are stuck to guard knight on d5.
I think that maybe black's just gonna go back and forth, rook d8, rook d7, and what can white do, right? Like white can bring the king not to e2 because there'd be a check. You don't want this knight to be able to move a check, but if you just go like king f2 and I go rook d8, I don't think white has like a good next move. Yeah,
it's also true.
I think we're stuck. Like we are very stuck in this position. But both of us will go back and forth, and a draw seems to be the fair result.
Yeah. And it's so interesting that they have made all these moves so fast, get into the end game. And since they got into the end game, nothing really changed. Like only king got on c5 from c8, and they spent tons of the minutes on the clock.
But they have, and I think that this is just great preparation by Hare Krishna. And for Shirov, he went down a forcing sequence, but Hare Krishna, he studied this position, he's looked at it deeply, and he realized that we get here, and the best that white seems to have is a draw, and well, the best the black seems to have is a draw. So we might just see those kind of repetitions, but for Hare Krishna, starting with the black pieces, that's a great first result.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can maybe move a bit around. And in the game of Wesley So and Dominguez, what this just happened, what you predicted, they tried the bishops and the pawns also, and we might get the draw endgame here, drawish endgame.
Yeah, it looks like, I tend to like to say, oh, there's life left, there are ideas. But this particular position, it seems that with the queens getting traded, it feels like everything is coming off the board, and I don't really see these players making a big mistake. So I do think the draw is extremely likely.
Mm-hmm.
So any of the other groups?
We can go to Group B and spend some time there. Very interesting game, Fedosiv and Oparin.
Yeah, wow.
You can take a look at that.
Okay, so we left off Queen A5 was played, and then Knight F to D4. Bishop took on C5. Trade, pawn take, and now B3 by Fedoseev because the bishop on C5 is loose.
Yeah.
I like white's position here. I really like white's position. I think this bishop hanging on C5 is a problem. And this knight on D4, if you're not careful, could land on F5. That wouldn't be too pleasant for black's king. So, Kedia, I'm worried for Oparin here. And I picked both these players on my fantasy team.
Oh, yeah. You have something to be worried about in this game. How about to get rid of one knight and then to try to get in the end game where black has only one weakness, that's a pawn on D5.
So like trade on D4 here?
Yeah, bishop takes, knight takes, pawn takes on B3, knight takes on B3, or queen takes.
Yeah, both.
And now for instance, something like knight E4 or...
I'm worried about your D5 pawn here. Maybe it doesn't fall, but what if I just played bishop B2 and like knight F5? I'm worried about your king on G8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nuts.
I really don't like Oparin's position. And, it just seems so much easier for Fedoseev to play.
Yeah, it's true. There are lots of ideas here. And knight D7, knight F6 is something there, but I don't really like to be under that pin from bishop B2.
Yeah, and I feel like I should have some F3 at some moment. Maybe right now, just kick your knight away, and I'm collapsing your position. It just black is
absolutely.
Black's in some trouble. I mean, this is a big moment because if you don't take on D4, you might just lose the pawn on C4. If you take on B3, you lose the bishop on C5. So that's of course off the table. That would be a piece blunder. So Rook C8. Maybe I don't have any confidence in the move, but maybe I don't know. I'm nervous about a move like that because you play this move here, and then pawn takes C4. You still have to do something about this bishop because if you take on C4, I can just take back.
Yeah,
bishop is pinned. So if you take
you can move away the bishop,
maybe back.
Yeah.
That's it. That's you. Okay. See, I thought you had to take on D4 in my head, but take on D4 keeps you with the same problems where you get your pawn back. You have an isolated D5 pawn, but white is going to play knight F5, use the diagonal to his advantage. So, Keddy, great idea. Bishop F8.
Learned the lesson that I need this bishop to guard my G7 weakness.
I think that is the type of move that where white will still be better, but that's the type of move that saves games because you feel a lot more comfortable. You can breathe, your king is safer, and you're going to win this pawn back on C4. So bishop F8 is really, really nice. I like it a lot. I think it's absolutely necessary for Oparin to see this kind of idea.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, even the other game, we'll just show this game quickly between Rapport and Wojtaszek because it looks familiar. The queen went to A8 for Rapport. In fact, we were looking at a line similar to this, Ketty, where instead of the queen trade, Queen 8 was played. And after Rook C1, we saw H6 and this. So we're going to take a break. We will return just a few. We'll leave this position on the board because it's going to get interesting. But when we return, more from the Grand Prix here, round 1. And you will not want to miss the action.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Although we're in the middle of the FIDE Grand Prix, you will not want to miss another great event, the Rapid Chess Championship. It starts February 12th. It is on the weekends, and it's a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top juniors in the world. There will be $150,000 prize finals in late August with $20,000 shared amongst the top prize winners each week. So please tune in starting February 12th. You will not want to miss all the great action here on chess.com. But Ketty, back to the Grand Prix that just started today. We have 8 great games going on. We left off at this position. In fact, Ketty, I just saw the evaluation bar really swing up in White's favor. The last move was queen to b8, and there it goes. The evaluation bar now is in Wojtaszek's favor.
Yeah, we have to figure it out why all this bar went all the way up for White. But I was really surprised that Wojtaszek took with the queen d4 pawn. And then he made 2 moves to unpin the knight and the bishop on the h1 a8 diagonal. And yeah, to play instead of the very nice endgame we suggested him to have slightly very position, he went this line where he keeps the pieces on the board. He wants to have knight on e5 and yeah, queen also on the board. What do you think was the reason why Engine likes White's position here?
It has to be something going on over here. I was thinking of the move a4 as a possibility, just because now the b5 pawn is under attack. But nope, the Engine disagrees with that move. But I am trying to play the move e4 next, and maybe if I want to play e4, I have to play f3 to start with. That also looks very good, just to expand here. And black is being pushed back with every turn. And f3, I guess that is the approved of move, Ketty. It just, where's this bishop going from d5?
Wow, f3 looks very nice move. Good idea to push e4 next move. And I also like a4 idea just to increase the pressure on this diagonal. It can also happen with rook c5, just to bring the rook on the board. So f3 looks very nice, and also it's kind of black cannot go against e4 move.
I actually don't even know what black should do here. And I've had the black side of positions like this before, where you've done nothing that's so clearly wrong, and yet you're much worse. And it's just because White's pieces are better. My favorite thing to explain in chess is a pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates that knight. The knight can't go to e4, can't go to g4. Once I play e4 for White, then my pawn also restricts your bishop in addition to the knight on f6. So White's pieces, the knight on e5, the queen on d4, the bishop on f1 about to open up, the rooks obviously in great positions for White. Pretty much every piece for White is about to be better than Black's.
Yeah. And I'm starting to, I really had a lot of questions when I saw the current position, like why would Wojtaszek play this bishop f1, queen d4, why he didn't went to that just a little bit better endgame. And this can be a reason. He wants actually more than just a little bit of advantage, and he has really good chances here to find. Because look at these pieces. The bishop will be really bad. Light square bishop will be really bad. Rook on a6. Not going anywhere, and black rooks cannot really connect. Knight on f6 will be also limited, as you just demonstrated. And the queen is also on the back ring. So yeah, very passive pieces for black.
No coordination, as you said. It just, all of White's pieces, look at them. They're all connected with one another, and black's pieces are all over the place. This is a really bad situation for Rapport. And it's also not the type of position that he thrives in. He's good when the positions are a little hectic, but this is so clearly better for White. In fact, this is the type of position that made Wojtaszek a 2750 player. He gets these advantages, he nurses them, and he wins games just like this. So for people who thought, oh, Ding Liren's not here, Rapport's just going to run over his group, Wojtaszek's here to say, not so fast. I might win the group, even though I'm a last second entrant into the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of have a feeling that he was secretly preparing for, he had some preparation for the event. And, you know, when there's a COVID situation, you never know what's going to happen. Because when he was told that there was some changes, he was ready next day to take a flight to get in Berlin and to play a tournament. And he seems to be prepared. I have a feeling that he was actually training for this event. You know, if something happens, if I can get in the tournament, then I will be ready. If it's not going to happen, I'm a chess player. I have to train every day anyway, so it's going to be good for me. So I think he was training. He was training before the tournament.
You said it right there. That what do people think chess players do when they're not playing in tournaments? Just, you know, sitting around, doing nothing, watching Netflix. They do that as well, but they also are training every single day. And so for Wojtaszek, just because he wasn't intending to play here doesn't mean that he hasn't been studying. And sometimes, Ketty, I don't know about you, but sometimes when you haven't prepared too deeply, you have a fresher mind. So you can just go in without the weight of like expectations that in this game, I need to get this. And sometimes you have a easier way to play just from a psychological standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. And this kind of trainings that you have pre-tournament, it gives you more space time during the tournament. It can be really tough. Knockout system can really be tough tournament. So good preparation, good training before the tournament always pays off.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see how this game continues here, but it's a very bad looking position for Rapport. And for those of you who picked him in your fantasy teams, that's not a great start, but there still will be 5 rounds after this one before the KO is beginning.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Wojtaszek was my first choice. I should admit that, and then I changed it at the last moment.
Everybody knows I changed my picks on air. I told you one thing earlier today, Ketty, and then I changed my choices. So let's we'll quickly pull up the other game in the group just because we were predicting these moves here, and it has in fact turned into the position where White has a dark square bishop against a knight, and the knight on d4 is probably going to get to f5 at some point. So I really like the look of this position for White. But Ketty, to your earlier point, maybe Black's just going to bring the knight to d7 and say, I'm worse, but I'm very solid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Black has to do that. But even if knight comes on d7, Black don't have much of the ideas here, right?
No, no, I don't really see too many ideas. Like knight f5, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You're not going to play g6, are you? Your king is not going to be happy with those dark squares being opened. So I think Black has to sit and hope that the position is solid enough, but White is so clearly better.
Yeah, and what really bothers me here for Black is the back rank. It can be an issue at some point. If you don't take care of the back rank, take care of your back rank, it can be some very nasty checkmates. And you know, if you push g-pawn, it just destroys dark squares on the king side. So bad idea. If you play h6, this h6 can be a target for White. Bishop h6, knight g7, knight h6 can happen.
That's right. And you can never play g6 anymore in addition to all that because your h6 pawn is hanging. So if you're going to push the h pawn, then you have to push it to h5. And the game continues, but White is clearly the side for choice.
Mm-hmm.
You're making me think, can I get my rook somehow down to the back rank and deliver a checkmate? That's the dream, but I don't think it's a reality.
Yeah.
But okay, Queen
But
B1
after
was
playing h5, it's going to be hard.
for sure. So this is not looking good for Oparin, but if he digs deep, I think he can try to hold this game, but I, of course, would take Fedoseev's position. So let's head on out of Group B. We've just seen both games here. Oh, wait. Rapport just went rook.
Yeah, can we go back in that? Is not e4 now pins the rook?
Oh my gosh, this is actually brilliant, Ketty. So e4 looks like it wins a piece because if the bishop were to move, the rook is lost, but the bishop's not going to move. And he's just going to move his rook back to d8 because if you take on d5 with the pawn, this rook takes d5, hitting the queen, hitting the knight a second time.
Oh, wow. And Black can win a pawn. How ugly is that for White?
Rook d6, he walks into a pin because he doesn't care. He'll just move his rook back. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Now
That's so tricky. That's so tricky.
The
And
position.
you know what? After that, Bishop gets back on d8. Rook is perfectly placed. Rooks are connected, and black is okay there. There's no pin anymore on f1 a6 diagonal.
Mm-hmm. What an idea. And if you just move the queen out the way, like queen to c5 or something like that, you can't because your knight's hanging. So, wow, what a decision by Report to play rook d6. That wasn't even, I never would have thought about that move. And I'm wondering now, so e4 doesn't look like the correct choice. We have the eval bar to show us as well. But now that we see rook d6, Wojtaszek, if I'm trying to put myself in his shoes, he's like, all right, e4, my opponent's not going to blunder that. He has rook d8. That looks a bit dicey. Maybe he can hold back on the move e4 for the time being and move like queen c5. That way, e4 becomes a bigger threat. If you move the rook back to d8 here, now I can play queen c7. Remember how we talked about earlier, a queen trade favors white? It still favors white, and I protect my knight by putting my queen in the way. I'm offering a trade of queens. e4 is next. White still is decided for choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Looks nice idea here. Just to play very calm moves and knowing that the end game is really good, this favors white a lot.
But I mean, just to even think of rook d6, that was, I mean, so far off my radar. And Report is that type of player. He's trying to solve his problems with interesting tactics. And I don't think it's going to necessarily work out from here because queen c5 is a pretty logical choice. And queen c7 after that makes perfect sense because the end game is much, much better for white.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we can get into the game of Kemar and Dubov.
Okay.
We have a lot of changes right there, and we can move to the next game in the pool.
Whoa. Okay. So knight a2, bishop e7 takes, and he went for d5. And Dubov, he's not equipped with the ability to take moves back or with an eval bar. But look at the eval bar. It says that black is suddenly slightly better, and it's because of queen takes g2. But Dubov went king f8 instead to get out of the pin. So I understand that choice. But queen takes g2, Keddy, apparently was even slightly better for black.
Yeah. But you know, when you're playing the position where you have wars from very beginning, you kind of don't feel that, oh, come on, I can take this now and I can play for a win. I can play for advantage. Sometimes we have this kind of feeling that when we are the side who has to take care of the pieces, we are trying to find the safest moves there rather than to find something which gives the advantage.
For sure. I mean, even looking at this position, I see the evaluation bar, and I'm still not sure I really believe that black is doing that well because e5, you can't take on d5 because I take your knight and your c pawn is pinned. So you move your knight back to d7. I play e6 as a thought, but d6 as well. The bishop drops back to d8. Like, this position looks bad for black. Now, that's why we have to calculate and not just assume it's bad, but I could play f4 and create a pawn chain here. That looks like 3 great pawns. I could think about playing the move e6 to open up your king some more. And this looks really, really, really scary. And I wouldn't be surprised, Keddy, if there's only like one move that saves black here.
Yeah. True. Too much weaknesses for a freaking it's just in the center and all the pawns. Look at this c6, e6, g6, g7, a5. They're so bad ones. All of them are hanging.
And the d6 pawn, on the other hand, is a great one for white. So I totally understand why Dubov would not accept this position, because if we go to what's happening in the game, he went king f8, getting out of the pin, queen takes c4, and queen c7. I understand that the evaluation bar says that white's better, but if we look at the board here, it's even material. The king on f8 is actually decently safe. If you go rook h1, you're not actually going to go checkmate me. My knight can always drop back. So I feel like white is better, and we can see that, but also black can sort of breathe a sigh of relief because he's not going to get checkmated.
Yeah. I'm not sure about how good is this knight on a2. It feels like this knight should not be there. Knight is not helping white too much. And this can be the time where white has to take off this knight and come back with on c3.
Yeah,
we did not like that knight coming on a2 from the beginning.
No, we did not. And you're right. The knight is going to have to come back. And I think that's a sequence where we trade off pieces where it's even material, but white is better because the a5 pawn is easier attack than the b2 pawn because the king on b1 is actually very well placed. So even with like bishop to d2, already we see that black has to be on the defense here and white is going to try to quickly seize the initiative. And I think that pawn a5 is not going to be on the board for like in an easy way for too much longer. You have to play with like bishop d8 and get very passive.
Yeah.
So
on the other hand, Dubov can be really happy to get into this end game where he had less things to worry about.
That's true. It's still a position where Vincent, he's just like, all right, I'll play for 2 results. If I don't win because my opponent plays great defense, then so be it. But at least he has no risk for himself either. So so Dubov is happy. Vincent's probably still happy. Everybody's happy.
Shall we see the game of Aronian and FIDE?
Let's go there. Same group here in Group C. And it looks like the eval bar is starting to favor black. So the last few moves, g6, queen b1 was played. And look at FIDE. He moved his bishop to a6 to trade bishops, right? Now he moves back to b7. And he says, I don't want to trade those bishops anymore. I'm going to, at some point, consider c4. And oftentimes there's a pawn storm down the queen side. And after knight f4 here, knight to d7, f3, it's saying that, in fact, black is doing quite nicely.
Yeah, what's idea here, e4, I think it's stopped for a while. And, if you don't have this plan, black has a very clear plan here to start c4 and the queen side attack. And it can be prepared first. Like you don't need to go right away and close the center. It's good to keep the pressure in the center, prepare it a little bit like a6 first. So your b5 pawn will be hanging. Maybe you can also bring rook somewhere on c8 if you need that rook there. And then to start attack with c4, b5, and b4. So we know what's black's plan here. And we're not very sure how white is proceeding.
But I really like what you're saying about not rushing c4, because we know c4 is what black has in store. But if we start with c4, right, what have we done? We've removed the tension on the d4 pawn. So after bishop c2, white's next move can be e4. And you, as white, may not want to rush that decision either. But the point is that by not putting pressure on d4, you allow white to play e4. Whereas if you say, play a6, your move, and white plays e4, you see that the evaluation bar is collapsing because c takes d4 is a big problem for white to deal with. The king on h1 isn't very happy. So if you start trying to trade pieces here like this, well, queen is coming to h4, and that's no good for the white king.
No, something really bad going to happen here on the king side.
So I really like your point of preparing c4 for the right moment with a rook c8 and a6. And I guess I'm going to ask you
queen c7 can be the move before c4, just to make sure that a4 will be not coming there. Knight f4 is hanging. Even if the knight moves away, h2 pawn will be hanging. So white can slowly feel like white is stuck here.
Well, you answered my question before I could even ask it. I was about to say, I know it's a tough question, but what is white's plan? Because if you can't play e4, one other idea that comes to mind is b4 at some point, just to try and force black's hand. Because if I'll make a move like a6 and then b4, now I'm threatening to take this pawn on c5 because your bishop is loose. And I like your move queen c7 because it takes care of the one thing I was threatening by protecting your bishop on b7 and putting that pressure on f4, like you said. No, Ketty, the idea is you're pointing out for black, make it very clear that FIDE's doing very well.
Yeah, that's right. I also have a question, like after seeing all these lines, is there a line where black can take the knight on f4 and then take the pawn on d4?
It's a really good question. I think a lot of people would also think, what if I just take this pawn here? The problem is you're not keeping this pawn because these are isolated. So I'll play knight b5 or knight e2, but knight b5 is more active, and your pawn is immediately being lost. And just like in the Oparin Fedoseev or Fedoseev pawn game, Fedoseev is white, we were talking about the problem with playing g6 when there's a dark square bishop. It seems like the dark squares can be a big issue for black to deal with, and I'm just going to win the pawn back. So you're not actually gaining much out of the position. And it's like, let's say we trade opposite colored bishops, always a draw, right? Absolutely not, because your bishop is terrible on b7, and this bishop on d2, it's about to be very strong, whether I play f5 or bishop c3, and your knight in f6 is dominated by the pawn on f3.
Yeah, beautiful position for white here.
So I think that taking on f4 would be a rush decision. But what your idea, and he played knight f8, did Vidit here in the game, is I did like a6 and queen c7, because then you are threatening pawn takes d4, because the knight would lose its defender. So a6, I like your move a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We did not play, but you like it.
Yeah, no, knight f8 I also like, and it makes sense, but setting up a queenside expansion, and especially that queen c7 move, I thought it makes perfect sense, because your bishop is in a great spot.
Yeah. I was really impressed by this idea to close the center at the right moment when you are first to attack. And if after c3, b5, b4 comes right away, white's pieces have not enough space, and the pawn can go all the way b3. I even saw the future of the bishop dropped on c2, Robert.
Well, that's not what you want, right? With this, all the pawns storming. But here, white could use the b5 square. If black didn't play a6, a move like bishop b5 is not out of the question. I'm not sure if it works out, but one of the things here is I'm clearing out the d file. So I would love to open up the center of the board if I can get an attack against your queen. And I see the evaluation bar sort of going down in black's favor, so maybe it's a little too early. But my point is, I was just trying to clear out everything along the line and hope that I could pressure you in the center. But it seems to be an unclear position.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This move knight f8, I probably has an idea to play knight e6 next move to get rid of knight f4, but also gives some time for white to open up the center, as you just showed up. Maybe just a take on c5 first, and then open the center with e4 can be working. Bishop b5, not b5. There are plenty of moves white can consider here.
Yeah, b4 still is a possibility. And I'm still looking at e4. That's the one thing I really want to accomplish for white. So I'm trying to break everything open. But Levon is down on the clock, and we're only at move 16. So there's so many moves to make, 24 moves to make in only 35 minutes. That's not a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's right. I think this game can be very interesting at some point, and a lot of tactics can happen here. We do have another end game in the pool D, so we have two end games in pool D. Wesley So and Dominguez Laner, they also have the end game.
Where'd all the pieces go?
Yeah, you know what? I would be a little bit afraid here for b4 pawn. It's far advanced.
Yeah, although I think that both the players have. Oh yeah, you know what? I was about to say something, but I'm gonna take it back. So what I was gonna say is, I think both players are just like, I'm gonna head for a draw. But I agree with you. Like, if I'm playing this from Dominguez's perspective, he's the only one with chances to win, right? Because this is an outside pass pawn. And if white isn't careful and black can get this knight over to a5 and you start threatening to push the pawn, that could be scary. So he played f5, and his king would also like to join the action and come to the center. So black is better here.
Yeah. Yeah, black seems just slightly better. It's not something that black can put up of the hopes here to win, but white has to play very accurate, and white has to spend some energy to guard this position.
I'm just like thinking about it, you know, if you maybe put odds on it, right? The game very, very likely will be a draw. It should be a draw. But if anyone's going to go wrong, it's probably white, because this is an outside pass pawn and that can be dangerous. So if you take things for granted here and, you know, we take on F5, I assume the knight will just take back on F5, King F1, King D2, King D3. These moves make perfect sense. But black is also going to bring the king into the center. So like, let's say we just do this without thinking, and we just make these moves here. Like, you see the evaluation bars also starting to slightly go in black's favor because the king is more active. And now for black, knight D7, knight C5, and this is really looking like a difficult situation for white.
Yeah. Black king is so active, knights. And the main reason here of this activity is the B pawn. White cannot get too active. White can't push the pawns on the king because the pawn on B4 can become really strong. At some point, black can sacrifice that pawn and activate the king and start to collect the pawns on the king side. Or another point is to get closer with the king and try to promote that pawn. So 2 ideas here. White doesn't have any idea here to win, actually. White can have ideas to hold the position, but I don't see here any realistic chance or idea.
And what you're saying is true, that knight endgames are very similar to king and pawn endgames in some way. So if you can use this pawn as a decoy and white spends all his time trying to bring the king around, then black can go after these pawns on the king side. You're down a pawn on that side of the board, but because white is using his forces to stop your pass pawn, you can go after white's pawn. So this is actually a quite tricky scenario for Wesley. I think that it's actually quite difficult if he's not precise, and he is very precise. He's such a strong player, but I would be a little bit nervous if I were him.
Yeah, true. Talking all of this, can white push here pawn e5 to try to also create a pass pawn? Can that work?
It's one of these moves that, you know, you think about, and then every time I make a move like that, I always regret it. You know, you play the move e5, like, okay, I have a pass pawn, and now like knight c6 happens, and then king tries to come to f7 and to e6, and that pawn is maybe gone too far.
You know, my hopes were to wait a little bit, and the moment you take the pawn on e5, then to play knight d3 and to take the pawn on b4 finally. And if you keep both knights busy to control e5 square and to attack e5 square, then knight also gets a little bit, you know, free to move around. So that was my excuse to play e5 here.
It makes sense for sure. And what you were just saying also is, like, if this king comes here and you take the pawn. So if you take this pawn too early, then as you pointed out, there's this check on d3, you win the pawn, it's just equal with 3 pawns on the same side of the board. So I think what black would do is, instead of taking the pawn right away, playing with like knight g6, so you could take with the e7 knight rather than the c6 knight, or play h6 and g5, things like that. So I think that white has to figure out the exact way to make a draw. Otherwise, he'll have to find things later in the game that might not be so comfortable. But Wesley is Wesley. It's Wesley So. I'm not too worried.
All right, in the next game in this pool, I kind of have the feeling that the game is frozen, and very often refresh it on my screen because it's not changed. I'm talking about Shurov and Hare Krishna, and it has not changed for last 10 moves, I think, if not more.
They just, you know, the a6 was played, and then the king went up, and the king went back, and check, and back. So I think that the players are recognizing what we were talking about before, that there may not be so much to do. And the only thing that I'm trying to figure out, Ketty, is if black is to play b5 ever, maybe white will play a5 in response. So perhaps Shirov wants to keep those pawns on the board. There might be something to that, in the sense that, like, let's say, let me try to force this. Let's go king g1 and you play b5 and I play a5. You can't play b4 because there's a check on a4 as soon as you push the pawn. And if you go king to b7 back, you lose the knight, right? So you're kind of stuck in a way in these positions, and you probably will make the same draw with king c5, king c6. But I'm wondering if there's, for some reason, a benefit for Shirov to keep the pawns on the board. I'm not really seeing one.
Yeah, I was just thinking, is there a way that white can swang black here? Because as we understand, king c6 and king c5 is the moves, only moves.
Yeah.
And I like a5 pawn, a5 move, because it also additionally takes control on b6 square, and the knight can go on b6, knight can go on f6, and black has only really two moves, king c5, king c6, or rook d8, rook d7.
That's right. And I mean, sometimes even though white's down a pawn, if you can get that position we were just looking at where the pawns are like this, if you can bring your rook into the game and go after the a6 pawn, you still have some chances despite being a pawn down. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's much happening here in the way of really trying to win the game.
Robert, can white play something like rook d2, bishop d1 idea? The point is that you attack the h5 pawn, and after g6, then you get the bishop on f3, and bishop on f3 pins the knight, and then gives white a chance to give it check on c5, and rook c5 wins a piece.
So you inspired me again. So maybe I could start with a5.
Yes.
Wow, actually, this might be really, really smart. So a5, black has to play b5, because if you take, there's bishop a4 check, you lose the rook. So that won't work. You have to play b5, because otherwise I'm going to win your pawn and by taking on d5 and gain your pawn. So you play b5. Now you play rook c1 check, exactly what you were talking about, and bishop d1 and bishop f3.
Yeah.
Oh. So one of the questions that needs to be asked is white playing for a win or for a loss? Because it's also risky to do this, as black has this outside pass pawn, but you're getting really active all of a sudden.
Yeah, black's knight can also get activated, like knight b4, knight d3, fork is there. So this is a risk. And Shirov has to make a decision now, because he's down to 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes on the clock.
No, it's not an easy position. And your whole point, just to finish the variation, is g6 would be a big blunder, bishop f3, rook c5, because the pawn is no longer on b6, becomes an option. And if you move your king out of the pin, you have another problem, and it's the pin on the d file. And there's no knight b6. You pointed it out. So the a pawn takes care of that. The e pawn takes care of f6. Can't move your knight anywhere. You lose the rook, so you're just going to lose the knight. So that's actually a really deep and fascinating idea here. a5 check, bishop d1, bishop around. But that goes back to the question: are you closer to winning or losing in a position like this if you're white? And I don't have the answer.
It's so hard to give an answer here. Yeah, but there is an idea. Like before I was thinking that it was so direct position, there was not so much ideas. But if, when is there an idea? A5 is a brilliant idea, forcing black to play b5. And this b5, on the other hand, is not going anywhere else. And it also like squeeze black's position. There are not much of the moves. And all you need to make this idea on time. You know what I was thinking? Instead of rook c1, can white keep the rook on d file? So in those lines, knight cannot move on b4. A5 first, a5 b5.
Yep.
Yeah. b5, rook d2.
Okay, king c. But the problem is, once I go king c5, I feel like.
Yes, king c5. Bishop d1.
And now I can move my rook away. So,
and now the engine really likes black's position.
Yeah, because this pawn is now.
You know what knight f6 is also, or knight b6 can be also a move.
Oh, that's true.
Knight b6. Knight f6 is losing because of the check, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, knight f6, check.
Check
nice.
on c3.
Good call. And if you go to b6 after the check, there's knight c4.
Have knight c4.
Interesting position. I think that it's likely that the players, they're working their way through these type of lines. It looks like Shirov has just been repeating, and Harkish the same. So we may see a draw by repetition, which would be a fair result here. The position remains level, though there's still some ideas. Let's pull up the game between Grishuk and Yesipenko before we head to break, just because the game between Nakamura and Bakro is very equal, but the game between Yesipenko and Grishuk, like Grishuk is down to 23 minutes. Yesipenko has just more than double his time, but this is what we were talking about earlier, Keddy, where Black has blockaded this isolated pawn and is playing very actively, and this is where things can turn around.
Yeah, and I love the idea of bishop d7, bishop a4, pin the knight, just distract the rook on d file, and now Black can try to get d file by trading the first rook and then get the other rook on d file. And what's the problem here for Black? I think all the problems have been just solved.
Yeah, take over the d file. It's the only fully open line, and you may lose b7, but you get a quick initiative. So I do like the look of Grishuk's position. Keddy, I think it's about time that we take a breather ourselves. We take a little break, but the action continues here. It's heating up, and the games are very lively. So if you want to go anywhere, we'll be right back soon for more from the FIDE Grand Prix. 2 times the fun. Title Tuesday is now 2 weekly tournaments with triple the prizes, totaling over $250,000 a year. Tune in each week at 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Pacific to see your favorite title players like Hikaru Nakamura, Eric Hansen, and many others battle out right here at chess.com. But speaking of Hikaru Nakamura, Ketty, that game is already in the books. The result is done. It is a draw. Etienne Bacro with the white pieces. He shares the point with Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, look at the position. Look at the pawn structure. They look so symmetrical. And Queen Knight versus Queen Knight, it's so hard to fight here for a victory for any of sides. So draw makes sense here for me, and that can be a really good result for result for both players.
Yeah, and for Bacro, it seems like that's what he wanted from the beginning. He played a line that is known to produce many draws, and for Hikaru, he has the black pieces in game 1. Now he has 3 whites and 2 blacks in his remaining 5 games in the group stage, so no risks taken by him either. And we left off before with the other game in this group. It's the group 1, or A group. I forget what they're calling them. I think A group. And so Grishuk still doing well. It's Yasipenko on the clock. I mean, Katie, this is a really interesting dynamic right now between these 2 players, because I don't even know what white should do, because taking on c5 and queen takes c5, like getting to this type of position, rook takes d8, rook takes d8. The b7 pawn is hanging, but it's probably not worth capturing, because if you take this pawn on b7, you already see the evaluation bar saying black is well ahead. I think an alpha 0 type of move with h5, eventually the knight could even come to a square like g4. Rook d1 check is the threat to win the game, but don't do that too soon, because unfortunately for black, there's a back rank problem of his own. So that's why h5 alpha 0 style looks like a great choice. And that's why I think that Yasipenko can't get greedy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Can be really a really bad choice to allow the opponents to control the first rank, and there will be no comeback after h5 in that position. Yasipenko has taken his time, like since we're on the break, he was taking all his time. Do you think that he kind of feels that it's not so easy for him anymore?
I think he recognizes, yes, that Grishuk has done a great job of coordinating his pieces. And I would prefer black's position, because now we're seeing a situation where the isolated pawn doesn't look great. The knight on a3 on the rim here, not such a great piece. I would consider bringing the knight back around to a square like c2, but to where? I don't know where white's pieces belong, whereas black's pieces look pretty ideally placed.
Yeah, that's right. Knight on a3 looks so weird to be in the edge of the board. Maybe white can start to think to double the rooks on d file, or just trade some rooks and get into the end game and try to make a draw and call it a day. Because here black is really strong with a knight on c5 blocking the isolated pawn, bishop on a4. You cannot really ask black's pieces here in this position anything better than this one.
And so what move to even play for Yasipenko is not an easy answer to that question, because I don't want to give up the d file, because if the rook sits on d8, it's the only open file. I want to put pressure on b7, but we just showed, and we can show it again, the tactical reasons it doesn't work out. If you take on b7 right away, you lose a piece because your knight on a3 is loose. If you switch the move order and take on d8, like we were showing, after rook takes b7, the move h5 threatens rook d1 check, winning the white queen. So I think that it's going to be a bad situation if you try to win the pawn on b7, but if you don't win the pawn on b7, it still feels like a bad situation because black is a better pawn structure.
Yeah, absolutely. And b7 pawn is not hanging either with a bishop, because if bishop from g2 takes the b7 pawn, then in that line, black has rook d1, and before that, in the variation without trading the rook on d8, in this case, bishop b7, rook takes on d2, queen takes on d2, and the knight on a3 is under attack and it's hanging.
That's right. So this knight is loose. It's not a good piece, and that's why I think the move knight c2 in the current position does make sense, but it does also feel a little bit slow, and this knight can come into e4, I just really like Grishuk's position. I think he's better. I think that from the practical point of view, it's really difficult for White to play here. I like his chances.
Yeah, the same. Knight C2 is not in the game. Espenko is still taking his time. Yeah, so hard to put the pieces together.
Really trying, Ketty. I promise you, I'm really trying to come up with an idea here for White. And sometimes that's what you need. Just even if the position is worse, you need to come up with a series of moves, an idea that at least allows you to have some future plans, some strategies. But I think that all the strategies right now that I can point to are for Black. And that's why I think Grishuk is the side for choice. Even if the engine says, oh, it's just slightly better for Black, I think from a human perspective that Grishuk is
yeah, it's very hard to play. It's very hard to play, especially now when we're gonna have very soon time trouble on the clock. It will be very hard to make the right decision. As I've just noticed, another game has been ended in a draw as well, and the game is Shirov and Hare Krishna.
Okay, so they just repeated the rook moves, the checks.
Yeah, what do you think how many draws we're going to have today in the first round? So far, we have 2.
It's a good question. I think we're also likely, but not guaranteed, just to show the other game in this pool here, in Pool D. This game also feels like it's about to be a draw in the relatively near future. Maybe there's still some work left for Wesley, but we just saw a pair of knights get traded, which means that this pawn on B4 is not the happiest one. And yeah, I think that we're going to see 5 total draws. What about you?
Yeah.
You think 5? Or what number?
You want me to pick the number?
Yep. How many draws?
3. Yeah. Okay. This pool C looks like it's going to be a huge fight over there. I think we might have maximum 4 draws. 3. Yeah. 4 draws. 4 draws.
Okay. So you're seeing 4 decisive results and 4 draws. I like your bold prediction. You know, I always think that there are going to be more draws, and I hope that the players are in a fighting mood. But the players are trying their best, of course, and the positions, some of them are just even.
Yeah. That's right. Can we see this position? Black just played knight f5, and Black is ready to get into the pawn end game. And what happens in the pawn end game?
The most important question, because you think, let's just trade. I'm going to make an easy draw. And then you see this position and you really have to calculate. This is the type of position that you study in Dvoretsky's endgame manual. And if you don't study in Dvoretsky's endgame manual, you sit here and you sit 3 moves ago, right here, and you think 20 moves ahead, 25 moves ahead, and you just, calculate. So what you have to calculate here is king takes b4, king d3. You know that the black king will go into e2. So how in the world are you going to make a draw? That's the essential question. So it says that it's a draw. Sometimes the depth is low, but here the depth is not low. So it says it's equal. But how? How is it equal? You may only have one idea that makes it a draw. So, Ketty, I guess we're going to have to work through this together.
One idea can be to push the pawns forward, and whenever black captures that pawn, like to trade f and g pawn to g pawn, and then to draw with h pawn. That can be one idea which comes to my head. Yep, I like it, because at this point in time, you can play f5, and if the king starts going this way, you lose as black, because after g4, you're going to try to get this one, but here come the pawns. So that wouldn't work out. Instead, the king can go in the other direction to take the f pawn, and then the white king can just walk back towards the pawns. Yeah, and that's going to be safe. So f5. F4 rather, for white. You need to start throwing your pawns up the board to make it more difficult for black to just go Pac-Man and eat all the pawns. Yeah.
So I think that
very interesting end game, but you know, it's a bit complicated. It requires some calculation, and Wesley just played knight f3, and it's like, okay, I know it's a draw, but I don't need to get in there and try to find the only moves.
and the reason they're doing it like this is because if after knight d6 you play king d4, thinking I'm going to bring my king up and active, you have to be a bit careful here too, because let's say I play knight f7 and you play king c4. Yes, I'm getting your pawn. Now you have to calculate things like knight e5 check. Similar endgame where you take on b4, my king comes into d4. I'm trying to move my king like this. So I think they're going to keep the knights on the board and just repeat moves.
Yeah, they are repeating the moves. We might have a draw ending in this game as well. Shall we go to the pool C? We do have some interesting updates in the game of Aronian Vidit. We have different pawn structure.
Okay, so let's go back to around move knight f8. So b4 was in fact the choice. And we talked about why you don't want to play c4, right? Because then white retreats and goes for e4, and there's no more tension in the center. So this would be very bad news for the black king and for black more generally. So cd4, ed4, and Ketty, with the trades that we've seen here, white gets the bishop pair. So what did you make of this decision from Vidit to take on f4?
Yeah, no, I don't like that. I don't like that decision. I like the other way, Robert, to take the knights first and then take the d4 pawn, but you proved me that it was not right. And even if I'm not getting the pawn extra, then I'm not so sure about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sort of curious decision, but I guess Vidit thought after knight h5, the bishop went to e5. And if the bishop retreated, he wanted queen h4. So that's what Vidit wanted. I didn't realize at first until I just played the move that he wants queen h4, where if you go bishop d2, because you can't go to e3, the rook on e8's there, it threatens knight g3 check with a fork and the pin pawn, and this pawn on d4 is hanging. So that's what Vidit was hoping for.
That's a nice tactic from Vidit.
Yeah, and Levon says no with bishop e5, and after f6, he then goes back to g3. So this is actually a really, really instructive moment, because he could have went bishop g3 right away. But the reason he didn't do this was after knight takes, pawn takes, this queen has open access along the diagonal. You can play queen f6, for example, just to put pressure on the pawn, knight e6 to follow. So by forcing black to play f6, you've taken away some of the options for Vidit. So I think that move bishop e5 was great by Levon.
Yeah, I love this move too. I really like this move too, just to open up the diagonal as well with f6. Because you can have like queen b3 later, this kind of move to press on d5 with bishop e4. If black is not ready for that move, white can win d5 pawn. So yeah, and also in the perspective, the endgame perspective, just imagine the rook gets on the 7th rank, the king will be cutted. And when the pawn is on f7, king has a spot on g7, and king seems to be safe in that positions. So for long perspective and long term, I think bishop e5 is very good strategical point here by Levon Aronian.
All the points you make are perfect. The open diagonal here. G6 is also loose. So if that knight leaves f8, maybe there's a sacrifice. The knight doesn't have firm footing on e6 like it would with the pawn f7. So there are only drawbacks really to the pawn being on f6. So queen c7, double attack. White defends both by bringing the knight to protect the pawn. Rook e3, queen a2. Your idea from the open diagonal. And after rook e8, queen d2 by Levon, this is the live position. And Ketty, it looks like black is very active here. The rook's connected along the E file, but what are you gonna do with those rooks? They look good. What's your next plan, right? You don't really have one, and white can then bring the rook to the other open file with move like rook c1. So I feel like not that necessarily white will make easy progress, but black is stuck.
Yeah, I got your point. How about to distract a bishop on d3, like bishop c8, bishop f5 ideas?
Right. So I guess it's another benefit of playing rook c1 is as soon as you play bishop c8, I'll take you, because your rook is needed to defend this rook over here. So a bishop c8 actually would have been a really annoying move. And I just feel like White's choices feel a little bit easier to me. I guess bishop c8 is possible, Ketty, because if I go rook takes c8, you'll give away your rook for the one of these minor pieces. So it's just
hard decision. I think I would give for a knight.
Yeah, crazy pieces. And yeah, black would be happy with that trade, of course.
Yeah.
So I think that your move bishop c8 can still be played even after rook c1, and then white's gonna have to play maybe like knight f4, and now rook takes c8 might even be a big threat. Knight takes d5 is a threat because of the diagonal that you were pointing out earlier, so you have to be careful at that too. I like Levon's position a lot.
Yeah. It's so strange that knight from f8 doesn't have too much squares and can't really help. If instead of bishop c8, if black could come on f5 right away, but it's so illegal from f8 to jump right away on f5. So yes, it seems that black needs some illegal moves to be played. Other than that, can black play also queen e7 move?
Yeah, I mean, rook c1, queen e7 is definitely possible, but the knight will just move away from e2 most likely to f4. There's such a nice square for the knight to sit on, and the bishop on d3 is perfectly placed. The bishop on b7 is worse because it's staring into its own pawn, whereas the bishop on d3 is staring elsewhere, and rook c1 was just played, and the knight on f8 is obviously worse than knight on e2. So the minor piece is just better for white.
Yeah, absolutely true. The bishop on b7 blocked by the pawn, knight on f8 don't have any good square. Like I was even thinking to get these rooks on c file instead of e file, but it's gonna take forever, and this doesn't actually improve black's position.
Can't play knight e6 because your rook is loose on if you can play knight e6, then black might be in business, but you can't play that because you disconnect the rooks and you lose your rook on e3. But your idea of improving this piece somehow, knight e6 to g7 or something to g5, doesn't work out. So I think that Vidit is quite stuck, and he also doesn't have that much time. 18 and a half minutes for 14 moves. That's not too much.
Yeah, it's not too much. And there's not such a sacrifice like rook takes c2, bishop e2, queen g3, because black has not enough pieces. It's just one queen, and knight cannot help, bishop cannot help, rook cannot help, who can't even go on the 5th rank or 6th rank or 4th rank. So this is not gonna work. Yeah, like after analyzing this position more deeply, I also think that black might run out from the ideas.
And then you have to play passively. And this reminds me of the game Vidit won in round 1 of Tsatsalashvili against Sam Shanklin. It wasn't like this exactly, but it was a position where it didn't look like black's position was that bad, but white was the one with all the active tries, and you have to play really perfect defense just to hold on here. So I really like Levon's position. I'm sure he does as well, and Vidit not happy about where this has gone.
Yeah, right. The third game ended in a draw. This is also like biggest draw. Here we have Wesley So and Dominguez. So it seems like Pool D, both matches were tied, and it's done there. And here we have the Pool C. Would you like to go to the game of Kmar and Dubov in this same pool?
Let's do it. Hey, the knight's no longer an A2, so that's good news for Vincent. That knight was poorly placed before, but so much has been traded as we were.
Yeah, just imagine if Kmar cannot win this one, how disappointed he will be when he gets back in the room and checks the game with the computer, which says that after queen a4 and I don't know 95 or whatever computer was saying, it was winning for white or had a huge advantage.
Yeah, it's one of those moments as a chess player where you're not even as upset about the result, just that you didn't find the best choices. So here g5 played by Dubov, that definitely looks like a good idea. And then he plays g4. So knight b4 was played by Kmar, and I get it. Like this pawn a4 does look like a target. The pawn chain here, even though it's going to shorten, let's say we trade on b4 and then take, like not that many pieces remain, but I think black is still in some trouble because Ketty, that pawn a4, it probably is going to be won by white.
Yeah, for sure. There can be some ideas to like first king a3 to be closer to the pawn, and then somehow to get the rook on the c file, and then bishop a5 wins, or rook a5 can win. So that can be the ideas how white can just capture. And the moment white captures this pawn, b4, b5, b6 comes right away.
That's right. So if you can win that pawn, your pawn's rushing. The good news, though, for black is that the pawn structure on the king side isn't symmetrical. Like the fact that you could play g5, g4, or move the knight and then try to attack these pawns. If this pawn were on g2, I think that white's chances are much, much greater. But because of where the pawns are, it gives black an easier target.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I think that it's a position that is favorable for white, but not necessarily like that much better. And so Dubov's chances of holding are very high.
Yeah, what black can do is to trade the pawns on the king side, all the pawns of the board, and then try to get the sacrificed knight for a pawn and get to that end game with rook and the bishop versus rook end game. You can hold that one, or you can also trade the rooks off the board and get sacrifice the knight for b pawn and have the draw.
Right. Dubov's hoping he doesn't need to prove that he knows rook and bishop against a rook, but that's something to keep in mind, that if, as you're saying, you trade off these pawns from the king side, the e to the h files here, then all black needs to do is sacrifice the knight for the pawn, and that would be a theoretical draw. So I think the chances are very high that Dubov holds this game, and he's going to be like, that was a scare. I survived, and now I get the white pieces 3 of the games out of the remaining 5. So his chances will obviously improve now that he's close to surviving this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so this group still kind of anything can happen, and we see knight d7 played by Dubov. He's rerouting that knight probably to e5, and it looks like just 2 fighting games in Pool C.
Yeah, true. I've got right now in the Pool B, and I couldn't recognize any of those games. It was like, wait, is that games we were looking before? We can take a look at them, and you will be also surprised how much the game of Wojtaszek and Rapport changed from the moment we were there. And also we have Fedosiev and Oparin, quite interesting continuation.
Okay, so where did we even leave off? Rook d6, queen c5, queen c7. So Wojtaszek just says, I'm going to trade the queens, bishop c4, and that's what Rapport did, is he went bishop c4 because he recognized that he's most likely going to lose a pawn no matter what. And with e4 coming, this bishop is in trouble. So he says, I'm going to give you a pawn, but on my terms. And after the queens get traded and he put e4, he could have taken on c4, but this is the whole point, that black wants the open b file. So e4 is a nice move, rook b6, and Rapport says, have the pawn. I'm giving it to you because if I don't get the pawn, I have no activity. And Katie, it's a really interesting moment because for like the last few turns, you could take on c4 or black could take on f1, but here he doesn't take on f1 because he doesn't want to allow white just to control the entire board.
Yeah, he prefers to give up the pawn rather than to allow white's rook to be so active on these open files. And black can never fight back for any of those files.
Never. And I guess a question for you, when you're playing and you're defending a worse position that is worse, are you the type of player who tries to hold? I think like Karyakin is great at just like being passive and holding, and other players give material back for activity. Which style do you tend to choose?
Well, by the practice, I learned that just to hold passive is not really my thing. But on the other hand, when I have to sacrifice something, I'm not happy with that decision. And I have not played chess for a very long time, so I don't remember how it feels.
That's a good thing.
What I do.
You know why that's a good thing? Because it doesn't feel good to defend worse positions. Nobody enjoys it. So I'm glad you don't have those unhappy memories.
I like defense when I know that I have at least one plan and to trap, and my opponent can, just be focused very much in the attack, and then this little trap can be missed. But in the position in the end games where there is only one side who plays 4, I mean, it's not fun to play. And of course, it's better to give a pawn or 2 to have some counterplay and some initiative.
And that's exactly what Rapport is doing here, right? He has one rook on b3. This f3 pawn may be a target, especially with this rook coming down the h-file. And so he's creating some problems that Wojtaszek has to solve. But look at Wojtaszek's pieces. All of them are pretty ideally placed. And white is just up a pawn over here on the queen side. So it's not like those pawns can move very easily. And you need to think, do I want to trade a4 pawn for b2 pawn? Who does that trade benefit? It's good for white because you get a passed pawn without a pawn in your way, but it's also good for black because then the pawn in a3 is isolated and maybe easier to attack. So there are pros and cons to most decisions, of course. But here I think that with the position the way it is, I don't think that white's going to make any progress unless you can target the f7 pawn or trade rooks and try to spring your outside pass pawn.
Yeah, you can try to do like something like rook c3, get the king on e3, just a little bit to activate those both pieces. Another thing what white can try to get the knight on c3. That's going to take long, I think. But if the knight comes on c3, just imagine this attacks the pawn, it opens the rook, the fourth rank, so rook d4 can also attack the pawn additionally. I like that, but it's gonna take some time. Knight has to come, I don't know, the way like knight e3, knight d1, knight c3. And to be honest, that can be stopped right away after rook h2 check.
Right, that's
knight e3, rook h2, yeah.
So you can go, so I think we can go to c5 as well as c3. So like if we play knight e5, maybe that can be the route to go to knight d3, knight c5. You're also threatening rook c7 in some positions. So black needs to be careful about that. So this knight maneuver, I think, is good just to try to get after this pawn on a4 as you've been talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. But what do you think after check on h2?
So the knight's perfectly placed, right? So I can move my king anywhere. I'm not going to go to g3. That would be a really big blunder after takes, and knight takes e4 with the pin. Yeah. But I think because my knight is on e5, I don't have to worry about the f3 pawn. So I can just bring my king. I guess I have to go to f1, right? Because otherwise you check me a bunch.
And what do you think here to give like another check and activate rook on b1? So both rooks will be stuck there on the second rank.
But I'm too quick to attack you. Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, then knight is hanging as well, so...
Yeah. This,
check.
Unfortunately, I mean, it's actually kind of close, right? Like if you take here, there's a... Oh, wait, I can't take on... Can I take on f7 or do I take... Because if I take here, it's check, but your pawn's not going anywhere. So it's just easy for white.
The knight is actually stuck on f6 and I can go anywhere but e8, which is itself very bad idea.
That's why a pawn 3 squares away from a knight, it just totally dominates the knight, and these pawns take away all the squares. g5 is loose. Yeah, this is as bad as it gets in the endgame. White's completely winning.
Yeah.
So
95 on the board.
That's really bad. That's really bad news for Rapport here, because rook c7 is what you're trying for. And one of the big questions, Ketty, is what pieces do the players want to trade it? Does black benefit from a trade of rooks? One pair of rooks, maybe, but not 2 pairs. If all the rooks come off, black's lost, like very quickly lost. Because you need to stop these pawns here. And if you can just, everyone who's watching, envision that these rooks are gone from the board, then white can just bring the king in and there's nothing black can do. I mean, this is such a good pawn structure. So one pair of rooks maybe is okay for black to trade, but both no. And if you don't trade any rooks, then rook c7 is still going to happen and you're probably stuck passively defending. It's not going to be fun.
Yeah, what black can really dream to trade is the knight. Here somehow magically, because knight on f6 seems just very bad piece compared to knight e5, just strong in the center, creates some threats. Rook b5 was played.
Okay, so the knight needs to move, and I think knight d3 makes perfect sense. And I mean, this knight can go to c5, you can go to b4. The knight on b4 is actually very strong as well because you shut down the rook on b5. I really like how Wojtaszek's playing.
You know, this knight also guards b2 pawn, which means that the both rooks can get free now. Like white can start with rook c4 instead of knight c5. You know, just to see what black plays. Maybe then rook c2 or rook c7, activate the rook. Yeah, knight being on d3, I think is just very, very good idea. And you know, if you attack this knight with rook d8, there can be king e3 coming closer to the knight, guarding the piece.
Yep. And you can always play knight b4 as well. This is an idea that is not going to be easy for black to do, because if you don't trade, then in come the rooks, and maybe I'll win your pawn here. So the knight just blockades the rook, and it's protected by a pawn. And if we trade, well, the same thing's going to happen. And the king can enter. You mentioned rook d4, knight d3. I think that honestly, white might already be in objectively winning territory.
Yeah, true.
So bad start for Rapport here, who's the heavy favorite in his group by rating. But that's the thing at this level, you know, Wojtaszek, 2686. The guy used to be 2750 not too long ago. And we all go through slumps as chess players. Rapport himself, he went to 2750, then down to 2675, and now is at his peak at 2765 or whatever his live rating is. So you know, you don't take any player for granted.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, also, I kind of have a feeling that Wojtaszek has this rating right now because of the pandemic time, and he has not too much of the tournaments. He had bad tournament, he lost rating, and then he never had a chance to get it back. Like, we do have some rapid tournaments and some blitz tournaments, but actually it's not classical chess, and you need to play classical chess to get your classical rating up. So Wojtaszek is another player which I think has lower rating because of the COVID situation.
Yeah, and he of course famously won the Isle of Man tournament in 2000. What year was that? 2018? Yeah, I think he won. Yes, that's right. He beat Arkady.
Yeah, I think that was the best year he had.
Yeah, it was a great performance. And I'm not going to name the people he beat, but he beat somebody that you know, Ketty. he beat me, and you know, that's why he won the tournament. You know, as he beat me in the third round. So I inspired him to his greatest heights.
That's nice. How that makes you feel?
Well, it actually happened 2 years in a row in the Isle of Man. So he beat me and then he won the tournament. And then Alexenko beat me in round 2 in 2019 and then qualified for the candidates. So I'm just going to say, like, I am the stepping stone to higher success. That's how it works.
Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. Statistics.
Well, it's interesting but not fun is position for report. I mean, the evaluation bar is now over +3, which clearly indicates that the game is lost because he's going to lose his a4 pawn over here, and once that happens, that's that's that.
Yeah, and I just recall all the moves. He started really slow with black pieces. He never had a chance to put up a real fire, which he's really strong at, all these dynamic positions. It was so passive from very beginning. Yeah, he might also feel exhausted to play this kind of position.
Very possible that they're grueling 13 rounds in Vikings. And well, before we head to a break, I think we should show the other game in this group, you know, here in Pool B, Fedoseev and Oparin. Ketty, it's kind of what we expected, more or less. Look at the pressure that Fedoseev is building. All of his pieces are protecting one another. The king on f2 is actually quite safe. What are you going to attack that king with? I mean, you don't have any squares to infiltrate. And I think that, Fedoseev's taking it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about h3 pawn, because this pawn, when we started to see this position, was on h7, and black put a lot of effort to push all the way down. And you know what I was thinking, like in the end games, when there is a weakness, one weakness on d5, isolated pawn, if the queens and rooks are off the board, h2, h3 can be another weakness for black. And just imagine there's no queens on the board, rooks can be there, but g4, king g3 loses a pawn right away.
That's true. So as soon as the queens come off, that would be a great plan. And black just doesn't have any ideas here. You're kind of shuffling your pieces, and the bishop on d4 is such a monster, protecting the knight, aiming all the way towards g7. The knight on e3 needs to stay put because e2 is a bit vulnerable here. But what if I just start moving forward? I move like queen c7 comes to mind.
I like. Oh yeah, I just wanted to jump over the queen rook c7.
That would be the best move, but I don't think we can do that.
No.
But I mean, yeah, this just seems like white has a free hand here, and Fedoseev has plenty of time because black can't do a single thing. Let's say black had played knight e5. That threatens potentially a knight g4 check. Like if I make a move like rook a1, see, you see the evaluation go down because knight g4 check. If you take with the pawn, there's knight e4, and that's a fork, and you lose your queen. And if you take with the knight, then you get checkmated in 2 moves, queen e2 and queen g2 check. So I'm trying to come up with one tricky idea for black, but the problem is after knight e5, takes, and the exact situation that you mentioned, this pawn on h3 is going to be lost. This pawn on d5 is a target. You play rook d1, play rook d4, play g4, eventually move your king over to get this pawn. It just, this is a terrible ending.
Yeah, absolutely. White could also make a decision to bring this rook on d1 and attack on this pawn right away on this way, or to play rook c8 first and rook d8 to have more aggressive rook down there on the back rank. You need to calculate this a little bit and evaluate, because black can also play king h7, king g6 to activate a bit of this king. But white has plenty of ideas and options here. And 2 weaknesses can be already losing for black.
Yeah, it is. Would be even material. Rook, knight, 4 pawns per side. Not that much in terms of point value left, but it's just winning for white in these end games. So that's why the pieces remain, but still g4 at some moment is going to hurt. Katie, I think we're going to take a quick break because when we return, we're approaching the time control. So we won't want to miss any of that action here from the FIDE Grand Prix. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Ketty, we had a fun break, but look at this game here between Grishuk and Yesipenko. If times are accurate, and this is on a relay, Grishuk is down to a minute left.
Yeah, that's the Grishuk we know, having having 1 minute on the clock, and very interesting position. What do you think? What's going on? The engine says that Black has a bit of edge here. Thanks for the active pieces. Probably White's knight on a3 is still there, not very good looking piece. But the pawn structure changed a little bit. What do you think here? Can White hold it?
Looks still quite bad for White. I mean, the king on g1 is less safe than the king on g8. So that's good news for Black. Black's next move is likely to be knight d5 against pretty much whatever White does. I mean, e4 is the only move that makes knight d5 impossible because you take the square. But when you play a move like this, queen b3 looks good. And you're having problems with your king. Your king is even less safe when you push the pawn to e4. So I think that Yesipenko is in a bad position. I know that Grishuk only has 1 minute for, when was it, 26? So for 14 moves, that seems scary. He's the how many times World Blitz champion? 3-time, I think. So I'm not too worried about his clock. I'm much more worried about Yesipenko's position.
Yeah. That's true. There's still a lot of moves to go before the 30 minutes increment, but Grishuk has done this very often and he knows it, and he's probably really focused right now. And he probably uses his opponent's time. When the opponent thinks, he's also thinking the same time.
That's right.
And when they're like, it's your turn to find some plans, it's easier. The task is easier here.
And not many pieces, right? It's not like there are, that Grishuk's king is in some danger and he needs to think about his safety. No, I mean, it's actually quite an easy position for him to play. Now, the one thing that happens when you're in time trouble is you go from better positions into like drawish positions. So what could happen here that would be in that category is if both of these pawns get traded, right? Like you win the b4 pawn by playing knight d5, but somehow you drop your b5 pawn. That's not what Grishuk wants. He really wants to capitalize on this moment here because he is better. He's more active. His opponent's king isn't safe. So I think that Yesipenko is going to have a very difficult time surviving this. And one thing quickly, Ketty, I was thinking is like queen d3 for White goes after the b5 pawn. And if you go queen takes b4, then a move like knight takes b5, and it feels like White's getting back in the game. I think the activity of pieces is worth more than just taking this pawn right away. Like let's say you go knight d5, and then White tries to queen takes b5. There's queen a7 check, and the king on g1 is in some trouble. Yeah, and knight can come on e3, or queen can come on e3. That can be some problem. Well, yeah, that's interesting. So after queen d3, which looks quite logical move here for White to try to trade the b pawns, you say that after knight d5, White has to be very careful. That's right. I mean, queen a7, this king on g1 is just wide open. So b4 is a problem, and queen a7 is another problem, and this pawn wants to go back to f2. Like that would be the best move for Yesipenko, is pawn f3 back to f2. But that's not legal. It's not how chess works. So he went queen b2 instead, and I expect Grishuk to very quickly play knight to d5. Yeah, queen b2. All right, maybe White wants to play knight. Oh, knight doesn't have any square. Knight c2 is taken. Knight b5, knight c4 is taken. Knight b1 is so bad. I don't want to even suggest that one because it allows queen d1 check. And oh god, they're going to be very bad threats for White. So what can he even do here? Like he can't move his pieces.
How about e4, just to try to force Black to take the pawn?
I'm gonna take it since you made me. And this king is so vulnerable.
Yeah, and here I was thinking of some
No, I know exactly what you mean. Like, I'm also trying to think, what are some ideas that white can do? But
I want to suggest knight c4, but I don't know. I need some time to understand what is that move. But can I do that? Knight c4.
So I have queen c2 at the very least,
Yeah.
but maybe I can even just play knight d3 as well, because after knight d3, I'm threatening to win your knight, and after rook takes a4, knight takes b2, I have a fork of your pieces, and it fork in two different ways.
Oh yeah. Oh, so yeah. This is so interesting. You don't see it every day that there's two ways fork.
It's also an arrow. Like, I'm just noticing. I'm gonna do that again in a different color. No, it's made worse, but this is an arrow.
Yeah.
I just need to draw the arrow that way too. Haha. Sorry, I'm really bad at art. Like, I'm terrible at drawing and everything. So when I can make art on the chessboard, I go for it.
It looks good. It looks good. So yeah, so this is not working. I see c4 is not working because knight d3, and then there's no much of the chances for white. What else can white play there?
I don't know. Oh, but your idea of knight c4 is still interesting. Like, let's say I make
Yeah, now maybe.
Yeah, maybe even now. But I would say, what if I move my king? But let's say you play knight c4, but queen. Wait, but the question is, can I just take it?
Knight c4.
That's what I wanted to do from the beginning. What if I just take here and then go like this and push my pawn? I think I'm winning.
Oh, that's bad.
There's, the rook behind the passed pawn, it seems to be trouble. But it needs to be calculated thoroughly, and Grishuk doesn't have that much time. So, like, let's say knight c4 is played, and he has a minute on his clock. He could quickly play queen takes b4, but as you see, then the position's even, because after the trade, knight comes to d6 with a fork of rook and pawn, and rook b1 next. So this would just be even.
Yeah, and when you see this line in a second, and you kind of might have some intuition that b takes, just to sacrifice the queen and get into that end game, you probably gonna have winning position, and maybe Grishuk can start to play by his intuition at this point.
Right, and when you get here, you can't lose this as black, because the best that white is going to do is block that pawn with a queen or a piece. But this is not a risky decision by Grishuk. Even if he has to give up his queen, he's the one. Well, he's winning objectively, but even from without knowing the evaluation, you can see that it's white who has to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be hesitating to play this knight c4 with white, and I would not be hesitating to take that knight with the pawn.
That's how black has a really good position, because you came up with a good idea, and then you see, oh well, I'll just give up my queen and for the rook and knight and get a pass pawn. So I don't know what Yespenko is going to do here, but it's not going to be easy. Are there any other games in time trouble as well?
Let me check. This is down. Okay, we do have some interesting things in Pool C. Maybe we can go there.
Okay, Pool C.
Because we do have time pressure in all the games.
Let's go to Pool C then, and we'll just hop around. So 4 minutes and change. Oh, but it's move 40 for Keimer. Bishop h6 was the 40th move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so white managed to get a 4 pawn. It seems like black is fine here. Black can get around here. It should not be much of the problem, right?
At the very worst, what you said earlier, trade off these two pawns at some point and then give up your knight for the pawn. That still will be a draw, theoretically speaking. I'm sure Dubov will find a way to avoid giving up a piece. But if these pawns get traded, knight takes b2 would still be a draw, theoretically.
Yeah. And now after knight d3, the rook can come on c2 to attack b2 pawn. Knight c5 can also attack the rook and the pawn on the side. So this, I think we can say that Dubov might feel safe already here.
Yeah, and already f5 is an idea with the bishop in the rook's line of sight. So Dubov is feeling very safe. He'll likely make a draw. How about the other game here in the group in Pool C? We have Aronian and Vidit. That one's changed a lot, actually.
Yeah, that's right. We so much liked Black's position in the middle game. There were so many ideas, and now we have the end game where White is the one who is trying to push because of the bishop, because of the bad bishop.
Right.
Gonna pull that. Yeah, okay, here. So look at this bishop on b7 and the bishop on d3. That's such a big difference between these two bishops.
I couldn't think of bishops that are any different, any more different than this. The bishop on d3 stares in both directions. There's a weak pawn on g6. And at first glance, the move f5 would make some sense for Black. But I think that White's in time to just play g4. And this is bad news for Black, because if you try to trade, let's say we take, rook h7 check, king f6, we get into this endgame here, Ketty, where I think you're losing this pawn on g4 by force.
Yeah, absolutely. Even these positions, g4 pawn will be gone, and the d5 pawn is still the weakness. And I don't believe that Black can save that with king f5. Okay, Black can stop the pawn going forward, but White can get the king on the king side or start to push a4, a5 and try to win.
Yeah, it's one of these things where we can see that White's winning the pawn, but let's just get to the position where White wins the pawn. So like this, and we make, I don't know if we should play a5 or not, but I'm just going to make a move like bishop d7, and you're going to take. Like this might still be a draw, because the problem with bishops is they can only stay on their color complex. So the Black king sits on f6, and you can't kick that king out. So bishop moves somewhere, and how does White make progress? He'll target the d5 pawn, but I feel like this is closer to a draw than it is to a win.
So your point is that bishop can come on c6, guard d5 pawn, and also avoid king coming on a4, right?
Exactly, right? And I can, do I go back to c6? Do I go to b3? I'm just going to go somewhere where I make sure this pawn's defended. And if you ever leave with your king too far, I can go after your pawn. I think this should be a draw.
Can White also try to get the king on the back rank, like starting with bishop being on g4, and then king h4, king h5, king h6,
So
king
like
h7, king g8. I don't know.
Trying to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, like I see where you're going, and I'm just gonna. So you go here, and then I guess I can just stay somewhere. Your king can't go any farther. And if you go here, then at some point I can even go after your pawn, right? Just go like this, and my king is closer than yours to the other pawns. It's interesting. Maybe bishop e4. Can't take, because then you lose. So you have to move your bishop away, and I think it's just no progress.
Yeah, very interesting endgame. In the game, Black actually did not push f5, and he played rook c7.
Look at that eval bar.
Yeah, he wants to get rook c3, but can White go here f5 right away?
Yeah, I think that's why the engine's reacting so much. The f5. Now,
yes,
I'm just removing your guard of the h5 pawn.
And now if you play rook c3, I have time with White to take g6 pawn with a check, and then to play king e2.
Yeah,
I guard the bishop, I take g6 pawn, and h5 will be hanging.
Exactly, and I wonder if Vidit might try a move like g5, and after rook takes h5, king g7, and he's down a pawn, but this is the extra pawn, so it's not the cleanest extra pawn. Rook c3 is about to happen to attack the bishop, attack a3. Let's say you go back, rook c3, king e2, rook takes here. Now it looks like you've made an equal position because the material is even, but then rook c1 happens, and this bishop is so bad. The bishop on b7 is such a bad piece. It's going to be lost.
Yeah, you can play bishop a6.
Well, I'm going to, okay, I can't do that right away, but bishop a6 will play b5.
b5, yeah.
And then,
so bad, bishop. This is really bad. Bishop is lost now. Oh, I think that's what's happening in the game. We have f5, g5. Rook captures the pawn on h5. King goes on g7. And rook h1 looks so natural move here. Rook have done already. the business on h-file. Now rook can come back on the queen side. Rook e1 can be another move. So rook h1 looks logical. Rook c3 also looks logical for black.
Mm-hmm.
And king e2.
I think part of the reason why rook h1, it came so quickly to mind is, as you said, the rook has done its job in the h-file. There's nothing to go for. The king cuts off the rook, and if you allow this rook to c1, then what are you gonna do with the rook on h5? It's stuck. It can't get back into the game. So rook h1 allows that rook to come back. The king can venture over to d2, let's say, and then white can go ahead and make progress from there, up a pawn. And this is such an important pawn in the endgame. This pawn f5.
Yeah.
So I think this is bad news for Vidit and his many, many fans out here. But
yeah, we really liked his position. Middle game, there was so many good ideas, and it was quite complicated position. But good for him because he was controlling the center. And then at some point he made these changes. Bishop f4. Remember bishop f4? We were not so sure about that move.
Right. And he gave up
bishop f4, give up the bishop for the knight. Maybe that was the inaccuracy.
Yeah, that maybe a decision you regret, but bishop e5 by Levon back then was also good. I'm thinking that we go check in on the Grishik game because there wasn't much time for him. So let's go back to the pool A just to come to that game. And what is?
Oh, can we go before we leave this pool? Can we see Kmar and Dubov? Something is crazy.
Okay, I'll go back to that game, but both games are crazy. So we're gonna just jump around. Wait, where'd the knight go? It's gone.
And look how he did this. He just did this now. 93.
Mm-hmm.
Knight b2 right away out of blue. He just sacrificed the knight, and then he pushed f5.
Well, he knows that it's a draw. It's a theoretical draw. We've talked about this for a long time. Katie, you were the first to mention it way, way, way back in time here. But the point is the bishop's under attack, and now we're going to trade the last pawn. So even though white's up a bishop, the game is a theoretically drawn ending. Both players know that. If I'm Vincent, I try for a bit. You play 50 moves. Why not? But Dubov, I'm sure, knows how to hold.
Yeah, I'm sure that he knows because he goes right away by himself. There's not a secret that some players might don't remember how to defend or how to win if there's a chance. But I'm sure Dubov knows this.
Right. So he wouldn't choose to go into it unless he felt very confident. Let's go back to the first pool because that game between Yesipenko and Grishuk, I think this is just a draw. They're repeating rook a1, rook c1, because there's a threat of rook c8 checkmate. And not even just that, the rook can land on c7 if you're not careful. Or if you think, I'm going to stop you from checkmating me, I'll play queen a8. Then the move rook d1 is the problem. And in comes the rook to the d8 square, trying to checkmate this black king. So I think that Grishuk has to make the draw that we're seeing with the repetition with rook c1, and instead of queen to a8, play rook c2 back and forth, and the game should be a repetition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this should be a very good result for Yesipenko. To hold that position was very hard for him, and also it seems that there is not much of the choice here for black.
That's right, and look how he did this. By the way, he went queen b1, which is this is losing, and black is just winning at this point. Yeah. And knight takes before it, not the correct choice. It appears that the move knight c3 is the better option. Oh, yep, there it goes. And there's queen a7 check, queen e3. It's about this white king. It's in big trouble here, and the pin along the a file. So he went knight takes b4, king g2, g6, queen b2. And here, knight c2. I mean, it's such a good-looking move because after the trade here, the queen's under attack, e2's under attack. This rook on a1 is loose. If you take here, you're in a pawn down endgame and you're in trouble. Maybe you'll hold, but you're worse. So instead, he finds queen f6. You need to cover the back rank. He takes a pawn, goes here, but this is the draw we're currently seeing is the repetition. What a turn!
Wow, what a save by Yesipenko. He found all these last resources, get the king on h3. There is not any check there. And queen f6 is perfectly placed there, controls all this diagonal, and the king on g8 seems to be in danger if black tries more.
Amazing, because it was white's king that was in danger. Now it's black's king that's in danger, and there's just no way to stop the back rank problems. As mentioned, queen a8, there's rook d1 to d8. Queen a6 also stops the immediate checkmate on c8 and h8, but rook c7, and you can't protect f7, and you get mated this way. So Grishuk had no choice. Time trouble did him in, because back at this moment when he went knight takes b4 after queen to b1, you see the evaluation bar. He could have brought his queen into e3 at some point with knight c3, and he give him 5 more minutes, he probably wins this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I think. Like the game, in fact, ended in a draw right now. And I had the same feeling. If Grishuk had some time, like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, he would spend that time properly, and he could find knight c3 winning, or he could find anything else, not to get himself in the trap of Esipienko.
That's right. So Esipienko must be thrilled. He's the last minute inclusion here. He draws Grishuk in game 1. So, okay, drawing with black against a super grandmaster is never a bad result, but based on how the game was going, Grishuk will surely be disappointed. But let's head to some of these other games as well. As we saw, all draws in the games that have been finished, and Group A and Group D are done with. So we only have to focus on Group B and Group C, where all 4 games remain.
Yeah, so this is my limits now. All the games, according to me, should be decisive, which I don't believe myself that can happen. But all these draws says so much about the competition. So strong field. Even if you have a little bit of edge, you have so strong opponent, and it's not easy point for you. So we might see some heartbreaks here in this tournament. In the end, maybe in like tomorrow or the other day, we might see something heartbreaking.
Well, right now, the only heart that I see breaking is Oparin's, because, I mean, look at his king, right? The heart of his position, the d5 pawn has fallen, and the king on g8 is not safe. He just brought his rook back to c1 because the rook on c2 was a little bit vulnerable from this queen on g6. And I mean, look at the piece placement here. That's just, all of white's pieces are perfectly placed, and black, on the other hand, is these knights, superfluous knights. They're fighting for the same squares. They're passive. A queen trade will certainly win the game for white because the h3 pawn is loose. A great start to this event for Fedoseev.
Yeah. Seems very hard position here to hold. Even with the position with d5 pawn was already bad enough for black, and now with this extra pawn, there are tons of ideas. Knight and I have 5. Queen can come on f5 and to trade. What else can be done? Maybe queen g5 to attack on g7 as well. So a lot of ideas.
I mean, rook c7, the idea you want to play earlier looks great. You're just trying to take this. Yeah, this is completely winning for Fedoseev. It's an extra pawn, but also an attack, and black has no counterplay whatsoever.
Yeah, that's right.
And
wow, in the game of Wojtaszek and a report, both rooks are off the board. There are no rooks on the board anymore.
And you see the evaluation bar saying, well, it's better for white, +1, white is up a pawn, but not so much better. So it is move 41. It looks like white's advantage. Plenty of it has, is a thing of the past. So let's just actually see what happened here, because knight e5, knight d3, we saw a trade here. And I guess, okay, that move, king f1, that move was not approved of by the engine. King e3 is, I guess, the better choice, but then rook h3, I don't really know where that king thinks it's going. So maybe knight f2 is the sort of the point, but it's a weird configuration of pieces that, when you have the evaluation bar to verify your choices, then you can make it work. But I can't fault the move king f1. And Ketty, I guess it's just good defense by Report. He's understanding that in this position here, trading knights won't work out for white because the b2 pawn hangs with check. So rook b4, and we're in this position now where it says +1, but do you think it's would you say it's more likely that white wins this game or that Rapport holds the draw with black?
I think it's very likely that the game can end in a draw. Seeing this endgame, because like knight can come on c4 right now. It's black to move. White has to play knight d3, and I don't really see any improvement here. How white can improve this position?
I guess you can play slowly, like king d1, king c2, king c3, and all that. But this f3 pawn now is a target. So knight c4, knight d3. You know, protect this pawn.
Yeah.
Although, what's black's move now? I got king has to move. So king e7, king d1, king d6, but king c2.
Can I start to push f pawn like king g6, f5?
Oh, and even with the king on e7, f5. I like that. You need to create a target. And if we trade too much, then the king just comes right here and takes, and still, I don't know, like king c2. If you take on f5, just king c3, and you see the evaluation going up. It's tough. I think it probably wants to take with the knight on f5 and then try to attack this pawn so that the black gets some play here. But this is like the foresight you need to hold this position is like 20 moves deep.
Yeah, very hard to hold this position. King can get on the queen side, king b4, king a4, and start to push the pawns there, connected pass pawns, and then sacrifice the knight for g pawn and try to win that one.
Yeah, I mean, even this, I'm just trying to figure this out. The knight d4, knight e2, e1, king e5 takes here, king f4. Like, you still need to keep going, right? Because b4, knight takes here. I mean, we can just play this out all the way through, and white queens first, black queen second, and then you need to evaluate this position, not just visualize it. Think, is this going to be a good chances to win for white? I think this is a known type of drawn position because the king especially is misplaced, but the game continues and white still has chances.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just
agreed. White still has some chances. However, this might be a chance that can hold in the queen's endgame better than this endgame.
I have so many thoughts. I love endgames, Ketty. So I'm thinking here, can I play this move? And the reason I play this move is that I'm going to queen my outside pawn. So we get into an endgame now where black queens first, but white queens with check. And then I'm wondering, once we get here, is this an improved version because I have a B pawn rather than an A pawn? So these things matter.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. B pawn is, I think it's better for white. Can I suggest something? After king f4 in the knight end game.
Okay, all the way back.
Yes.
Okay, here, yes.
So here, king f4, b4. Can I play king e3? The idea is to play king e2, and I will try to stuck with the knight, chase the knight.
I think that it's again one of those things that are really close, but after knight c6, like king b5, and after knight to b8, I just go a4. So we have to see who wins the race, and it appears that white wins the race here, getting a queen. So it has to be calculated. So it's a great question, and it's hard to see that however many 15 moves out, but it's an important question.
Yeah, that's right.
It's such a long variation. Wow. It's just, so that's what Rapport is going to think about. He did just reach the time control, so he has time to decide what move he makes here. Is he going to play king g6 and f5? If he plays king g6, knight d3, knight c4, this whole thing, does white play king d1, or does white play e5? I mean, that's not out of the question, that white just plays e5 to stop your f pawn move, and then I'm going to bring my king around. So maybe this was an idea that we didn't think about earlier for white, but that exists thanks to this knight on d3.
Yeah, that's right.
And
So you think that White still has some chances here to win?
absolutely. I think that report, now that he has made the time control, he gets more time to think, to try to figure it out. But I don't even know if he gets enough time. Like some of these positions will require an hour just to work through, 50% of the variations, because if White is going to play E5, the king should be over here to come to D5. But because the king's on G6, I can go E5. But if the king goes to here, if the king goes to E7, and then I don't want to play E5 anymore because I think but if king D7, there's knight C5 check. So like already it's so many things to figure out. I don't know. I'm doing my best. White is obviously better, but this is like a thin line between a draw and a win.
Yeah, that's right. And also talking about the time not being not too much, like half an hour. And usually now we see that White is not making a move yet. Black is not moving a move yet. Now he played knight c4. Probably after move 40, he just get up from the board, try to refresh a bit, to get to himself together. And you're spending some time with that, to get some drink maybe, to go to the restroom and so on. And the moment you're back in the analysis and you're fully focused, you already have 20 minutes on the clock. That's what happens to me very often.
Yeah.
That's right after the time control, I get time control, 30 minutes additional, then I'm spending some time with these things, and then I'm still struggling with it less time on the clock.
And I think that report's going to struggle because this move was a blunder according to the evaluation board. And because I know it's a blunder, I know why it's a blunder. I didn't, if I saw this during a game, I would immediately play knight d3, which is what we were talking about. But by playing knight c4 before White played knight d3, White has this move knight c6. So you keep the king out. And if you take on b2, White has the move e5 check, forcing the king to the side. And after king g6 or king g7, I have knight a5, and your knight is trapped.
Oh, no.
So,
that knight is trapped.
Yeah, the knight's trapped.
Just you need 2 moves to pick it up.
Yeah, and that's such an easy thing to miss if you report, because the whole time you're thinking about this knight from b4 coming to d3, not this knight coming into c6. And that means you can't take this pawn on b2. And after knight c4, knight c6, let's say you don't take the pawn on b2 because your knight's going to get trapped. So you play a move like, I don't even know what move, e5, because my king can't really go anywhere. But after king d3, knight takes b2, king c3, your knight has nowhere to go here, has to go to d1. I could play king b4 probably and win the pawn, but after king d2, I mean, where's your knight going? Knight f2? I think just bring my knight around and I'm going to win your pawn. And your knight is stuck in enemy territory. And it can go to f4, but it's very far away from this pawn that's, about to be captured. And then White's going to get a passed pawn.
Yeah, when it's 95, knight c3 just to capture that pawn. And when White has a passed pawn on the a file, it's going to be for sure winning position. With the same idea, White will sacrifice that pawn to trade the pieces and then pick up the pawns on the king side.
That's right. The black king will have to dart on over to stop that pawn. And then, as you're saying, White will bring the king and the knight to win on the king side. So I understand the move knight c4, and I'm very much helped by the computer evaluation. Like I said, if this were a game that I was just watching, and knight c6 is not the first, I would play knight d3 without thinking for the most part.
Yeah.
But that's why we need to question every decision. We need to think about the situation. Like, we know that knight c4 is played to take on b2. And then the question is, can Black get away with it? After knight c6, the answer is no. And so knight c6 becomes a more, a move that's not easy to find, but you can work on finding moves like this. And wow, what a turn this would be for Tsatsalashvili.
Yeah. What do you think? Can he find this move?
I think.
Will he find this? Like, if he spends some time, he will obviously find it. But knight d3 is such a natural move. You might just move right away. You see b2 pawn is hanging and you play knight d3.
I think the fact that he hasn't moved yet, it either means he's in the bathroom and, or walking around stretching his legs after a stressful first 40 moves, or he's calculating knight c6 right now, because knight c6, you can't take on b2. And if you play knight d3, the game just continues and you have to start calculating all those variations. Now, he might be thinking after knight d3, what happens in the variations we were talking about with like black playing f5 or not playing f5. So there's so much to work through, but I think there's a good chance that Radek plays knight c6. He's such a good player, and this is in his wheelhouse, these end games, these grinds. I think he's gonna play knight c6.
Yeah, that's interesting. Let's see. I just imagine sometimes it's very often actually happens when you make a move, you see it right away. It's a blunder, it's a bad move. And very likely Rapport can already see this knight c6.
Wow. Well, Katie, I think, I need to wrap my head around this. I think we'll take a little breather here, see if Radek plays it. We just have a few more games to go here in the first round, but we will be right back, everybody, with more from the FIDE Grand Prix. Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch top players Alireza Firouzja, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Fabiano Caruana, Sergei Karyakin, and a few more who are battling for their place in the candidates to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. You will not want to miss it. It will be June in Madrid, Spain. And of course, gratitude towards the Scheinberg family. And also, of course, Timur Rajabov is one of the participants already locked into the field. So, Ketty, we are not there yet. The candidates will be taking place later this year. And 2 people from this very Grand Prix, they'll earn their right to join the other 6 players.
Absolutely. Only 2 players out of 24 very strong players right now. We have in the competition, just 2 will make it to the candidates. And yeah, those are the 3 spots right now. We don't know it yet. We can't even predict it yet because the tournament just started. This is the first leg. We're going to have 3 legs overall. And in the end of the 3rd leg, we're going to know both participants who will be joining the rest of the candidates.
That's right. So it's still early. It's the first game of the first leg. We have no idea who's going to qualify. But if you want to guess who's going to qualify, the fantasy contest is still open. You have until tomorrow to get involved. Today's results won't count because you would have too much information, but do get involved. Join the fantasy contest. I'm sure the mods can put in the chat. You know, I don't pay attention to chat while the game's going. And Knight D3 was played by Wojtaszek. He didn't see Knight C6. You can't blame him. It's not a very natural continuation, but Ketty, he missed an opportunity there.
Yeah, he's gonna be another player who will be very disappointed today when he gets back in the room, when he is going to see this win. He will be really disappointed. No matter if he wins or he draws this game, he will be for sure disappointed to miss that beautiful chance with Knight C6 and then E5 to trap the knight on B2.
And quickly, report plays king to E7, so he's bringing his king around. We'll see if E5 is the move. We'll see if we get that very long continuation where black plays F5 and both sides end up getting queens, but white's up a pawn, yet it still should be in the balance. That remains to be seen. But Ketty, we haven't checked out some of the other games in a bit, so where should we go to from here?
We can keep this pool and check out what happens in the Fedoseev and Oparin. I can see that Fedoseev is slowly but strongly getting in the logical end of the game.
Yeah, his piece is still dominating the position. H3 is hanging. This rook on A1 can swing up to the 7th rank at any moment. Rook A7 is probably just a good move. Black seems completely frozen. So not the start that Grigorij Oparin wanted. This is a really bad first game from him. Not that he played that badly, but he got outplayed from a position where if he were maybe in some better form, maybe he could have held it. But it seems that in the early stages of this pool, Fedoseev is jumping out into the lead.
Yeah. So we don't really expect here any changes or any difficulties here for white. Maybe we can go to the pool C. We still have 2 games going on. In the game of Kmar and Dubov, we have Rook and the Bishop versus Rook.
So,
and we can count the moves. We can count the moves, so we can try to expect when can it end in a draw.
So move 45, Rook takes E4 check. That was the last capture. So we have until move 95. Where I move 65. So we still have 30 moves to go. And I'm just going to fast forward through this game a bit because this is the ideal setup of how to hold a draw in this position. You want your king 2 squares away from the rook like this. And the king is going to be forced back eventually because the rook came around here. And after rook A6 check, the king goes to 7th rank. And the rook now behind the bishop. This is important because rook A7 check, king D8. You don't want to go king C8 because after king C8, you're going to see the evaluation where there it goes. Because king C6, I give you my bishop. Have my bishop because this is a back rank checkmate. And now you lose the game because you try to run away. Here comes the bishop to C5. The king says, I don't want to be checkmated because I can't draw arrows. Here we go. Because I don't have any escape squares, I'm going to try king E8 to get to F7. And then you play the move rook E7 check. The king can't go to f8 because it walks into a discovered check where I bring my rook, say, to e2 and win your rook because you're in check. So you have to go back to d8. And after this is where people start making mistakes. They bring the rook back or along the 7th rank. You bring your rook here to a square like e3, I'm pretty sure, because you're trying to give this check to force the king to c8, and then you have the mate back here. So let's say rook d1, check, king c8, rook e8, there we go. I moved your king away. So the last opportunity is to try to make a move that pins the bishop, exactly. And you're running out of moves as black. So I can even make the move rook e1, because you need to stay with your rook behind the bishop. You make the move, say, rook c3 here. I make the move rook f1, and now you don't have the e3 square to block the checkmate. So that's what's important, because otherwise, if I started with this move, you go rook back to e2, and now you can stop the checkmate. When I check you, you block. If I check you here, your king runs away. So it's important to drag this rook up to a square, here, to drag the rook to a square where it can't give you the checks. If you go rook c4 to meet rook f1 with rook e4, then I go rook d1 check now, because if you go king e8, now I go rook f1. There's no blocking the mate. I know we're getting really deep into the weeds, but this is
I love it. I love it. No one explained to me this. It's so hard to learn, I'm sure. There are hundreds of people watching right now and appreciate this. We are focused.
Yeah, it's like one of these endgame lessons that you like know that it's winning in some occasions, but you don't really know when. But the point is you want to deliver this back rank checkmate, and you're dragging the rook away from being able to stop that checkmate. Like if you make the move too soon with rook to coming to f3, as mentioned, the rook can slide back to the defense down along the e file. So you're bringing the rook to a square where it can no longer defend the king. And here there's no rook e3 because I take it, and that means I'm going to back rank checkmate you. And if rook c4 instead, then I throw in this check. The king can't go to e8 because the mate, as shown, the king goes here. And now I play the move rook f1. And importantly, you can't block the check. You have no rook d4. So I'm using my bishop, which shields my king, to take away your rook's path to helping save the king. There's no rook d4, but if the rook were on c3, you'd have rook d3 to block. So that's why if the rook were on c3, just to show you again, now instead of going rook check, which allows you to block here on d8, I'm instead going to immediately make the move rook f1 because you can't block along the e file. So I know it's a bit complicated. There's so many nuances here in these endgames, but the major point is you want to use your king in an advanced position to try to checkmate the enemy king, use your bishop to block checks, and also use your bishop to take away squares that the enemy rook can go to so you can deliver that checkmate and they can't block it.
Wow, that's brilliant. So you need to remember these two ways. Either the rook gets at the spot where your bishop controls, or you can give a check first and then get at the position where the opponent cannot guard the checkmate. Wow, we need your bank account to send the money for this lesson. All of us.
Oh, well, you know, it's the game should be a draw, but this is how you can go wrong. And it's not like black in the lines we're looking at did anything that was too wrong. Right? And after this check, I showed you why king c8 wasn't good, and that's because the king can run up. But that's why Dubov on king d8, the king cannot run up. You lose this bishop with check. So the king went to c5. Now the king ran away to e8. And this technique of coming back to 7th rank, when you allow me to, it's going to hold the balance. And we're going to continue seeing an attempt by Vincent here. But look at this, rook d7. I'm not going to allow you to cut my king. And now I have king up to c7, keeping the king and rook nice and close. That's what where they want to be. And this position, the king has run away. So as soon as the king runs outside and doesn't get boxed in on the back rank or on the edge of the board, like you want to stay away from the edges. If you're this black king, then you feel a lot more comfortable about the position.
Yeah. Nice. And another moves can like pass when the king is out, and you're getting closer to 50 moves where you can, you know, stop the clock and claim for a draw.
And I think another thing that can be confusing, Ketty, is that we were just in this position a few moves back where when were the hold up. I need to find when the black rook was near the king. So right around here. So we see this position and we see it from the perspective of the ranks, that the king is on the last rank coming up to the 7th rank. And you also need to flip this and see it on the files. So when this king comes up to b5, it's still a similar dynamic as when it's on the rank. This rook can come to b7 and help defend the king. So after king d3, white's trying to force the king to the edge of the board, but it's just the same thing in a different space. It doesn't come as naturally, I think, because usually our king is on the first rank or the back rank rather than up on b5. So I think people need to sometimes remember that it is a very similar dynamic, just with the king being more advanced.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes it's easier to find when the king is on the back rank and not on the sides. Oh, that was very instructive.
And now I hope, and there it is, rook b7 played. Now I hope to never have to explain rook and bishop versus rook end games again.
Yes. And look at the time of Dubov. He definitely knows what he's doing. He's playing really fast. And yeah, that's so nice. My coach used to tell me that before the very important tournament, it's very good to just to repeat and remember this kind of theoretical end games, because it can happen. It's good to be ready for it.
Yep.
It was nice words. Never went to practice, but it was really nice words. And I agree with him. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's these things that when you don't know them, you regret not knowing them. But when you do know them, you also regret knowing it, because then you have all this information stored that it doesn't happen. These players are at this level, they know how to defend it, but there are moments where people make mistakes. And the US championship, it was, who was playing? It was Timur Gureyev against maybe Fabiano Caruana, where Fabiano won the game. And then when Timur played against Sam Sevian, I think then it was a draw. So they happened twice in the same tournament, and one of the games was decisive and the other was a draw. You know, people do make mistakes.
Yeah. I have seen that cases too. Recently, one game which happened was at World Rapid and Blitz Championship, the second round, as I remember. Magnus Carlsen was playing against a Georgian grandmaster, and they had bishop and the rook endgame, and it turned out that he didn't remember what was the right way to guard the king, and he lost the game very easy. But it was a chance for him to make a draw against Magnus Carlsen, because it's a theoretical draw. So he had a lot of regrets, as I've talked after the game. He had a lot of regrets not to remember and then repeating it right before the tournament.
Yeah, those are those moments where you don't get a take back. And unfortunately, if you're about to draw Magnus Carlsen, the about to part is meaningless. Did you draw it? The answer is no. Sadly, it means you lost the game. But I do know a game you're talking about, and it happens, especially in blitz chess. So this game, it's going to be a draw with proper play from Dubov. He's showing good technique. And so I think that he'll salvage the half point. And then in the other game in this pool between Levon and Vidit, that game's still going here, but we see complete domination where black's pieces not doing so well. White's rook is great. The rook on b8 is sitting here because otherwise white plays rook b7 and wins the pawn. Now Levon's about to play f4 to create a pass pawn. This looks pretty losing.
Yeah, I like this idea, f4 to break through the king side, then push to g5. Either to capture that pawn or even to activate the king on e5 and try to target bigger pawn on d5. So black plays king d6 now to free the bishop to move around. White's move f4 seems to be very good here, right?
It's the first thing that I would consider. I'm wondering if there needs to be time. The answer is no. Levon played f4 without thinking too much. And yeah, you're just trying to create pass pawns. So looks very, very good for Levon here. His winning chances, I think it's pretty guaranteed he's going to win this game. And I don't make guarantees that often.
And you know what? Also, rook cannot leave b8 square, because if you for a long time, if your rook goes away, then white can play rook b7 and b6 pawn will be under attack, and black cannot save that pawn anymore.
For sure. No, that's the issue, right? That you solve one issue, you activate your rook, you get into another problem where you lose this pawn by force. So this game, I think, is Vidit's going to resign in the not too distant future.
We do have one result here, and Fedosov managed to win. We have a resignation in the game against Oparin. So this is our first decisive result.
Yep. There's no surprise because he had such a large advantage for pretty much, large portion of the game. And okay, well, none of Black's pieces can move at this point. Rook takes d7 is a threat with knight h6 check to follow. So Oparin said, I have enough. My pieces are stuck. Good game. And Fedoseev jumps in the lead.
Yeah, he became the leader of the group. There is one last game in this group, actually another game. This is Wojtaszek and Rapport. Wojtaszek is still pushing it, and very likely he will join Fedosiev.
Yes, that's right. And let's see, Wojtaszek here, what's happening? Oh, the eval bar is sky high right now. And that's because that king went all the way to b5. So the second king we've seen on b5 in recent minutes here. So knight takes b4. We know that knight c6 was available, but that's understandable that Wojtaszek didn't find it. King e7, king d1, and he didn't play f5, Ketty. It was f5 is a move that you need to calculate all the way down to the end of the sequences that we were analyzing earlier. We can show some of them quickly again, just to remind our viewers of why this was so difficult. King c2, king f5, king c3. Not king f5. Exactly. See, I'm playing with my hand and not with my brain. Knight e3 check is necessary just to keep the game alive. And then knight takes f5, knight d4. And then you have to see all of this in your mind's eye, where at this moment, you recognize that Black's going to take on f3 and promote. White's going to promote either the A or the B pawn. It's, such a long variation.
Yeah. But this seems to me the only practical chance for Black to make a draw in the queen endgame.
Right. But it's
a hard decision.
Yeah, I don't blame somebody for missing these things, especially with the pressure, with the stress, all the game history on your shoulders. And it's such a long variation that, wasn't easy to calculate. But what's happening in the game is much simpler to calculate because White just brought his king around. And after king to b5, king d4, f6 was played. Because if the knight moved somewhere, like let's say knight to d2, going after this f3 pawn, I guess, can you bring your king up? I'm wondering if you can almost just run your king into the enemy territory, but probably knight e5 is just better because you're attacking while defending. And after f6, you bring your king back. That is the move that's necessary, is king d3, giving up your knight for the black knight. Where is this black knight going? If it goes to b3, well, then you're running backwards and White is just winning pawns. So, Ketty, it's hopeless.
Yeah, it seems like White will drop that pawn, and probably next going to be the g5 pawn, and Black cannot hold this.
No. So instead, king here, f6 was played in e5, and f5 takes, and there's a pass pawn for White. Happy to see that. And White's king is better positioned towards the center. Do you push e6? That's the big question.
Yeah, that's really the big question. I think it's fine to push that pawn. Like, for instance, king can get closer to the pawn. If knight gets closer, then it allows king d5 activation. All Black can do is to push g4. Right? And after g4, you can simply take a knight e5, win that pawn.
Knight e5.
That's
G3.
Risky business. That's risky.
G3, you ignore the knight tension and you push your pawn.
Yeah.
And if you're e7, there's knight d6. And I guess the claim is that because White doesn't have a clear pass pawn, one pawn covers two, that White's going to be stuck defending the G pawn, and we'll be able to get back to this pawn here.
It can be even a draw, right?
Yeah.
This end game.
And it's like this. if you try to bring your king up to win, you play g2 and then king c4, and it looks like that white has no chances to win this because I'm gonna sacrifice my knight for your pawn, and then I'm gonna bring my king and start eating your pawns here.
Yeah, e6 is on the board. This variation is so easy to miss because you don't really expect moves like g3 right away. But Wojciech has 18 minutes, and he will for sure try to calculate all the lines, and he will try to make a move which is the most precise.
That's all happening. G4 takes, and instead of knight e5, probably starting with e7, forcing knight to d6, and then king e5. So that way the king is very fast. And after knight e8, maybe you even bring your king back to f4 just to win the pawn directly so that your knight is free to hop forward. And that's how white would win this game. It's like black is going to try to go for the b pawn, but white just plays knight c1. So there's no point of entry for you.
Yeah, good point.
It was a good try, but after king here, king takes.
How about king d5, king e6?
Honestly, I wasn't thinking about that at first, but what if I just go like this and go for your pawn now? Such a long story, though. I feel like I missed an easier win.
Yeah, it's very long line.
Yeah.
But usually knight and games are so complicated because knight is tricky piece and can go around, fork, do some fork or sacrifice, and it's going to be, it can get really tricky. So g4 is on the board. Knight e5 was not the good one. This seems to be okay to take and activate the king, right?
I think there's a better idea. Instead of taking, I think white's life is easier if I leave the pawn and just play king e5. Because if you play g3, I just bring, I can actually just take your knight and promote. But my point that I was going to make was that in a situation like this, I get to keep my pawn. So I'm just going to, I can win your g pawn and have an extra pawn here on the king side as well. And here after knight e8, I was thinking that I'd just try to king takes here, because if you take the pawn, I thought I would just go king e6. I think I win this way.
Yeah, king c4, knight e5.
King here, knight takes, king b2. So where is there should be a win where I distract your knight away, right? Like knight.
Yeah, you need to control some square, like f5 square. Or or d6. Yeah, this can be it. Knight b5 now.
No, but knight b5, you go king b4. No, not king. Because king b4. I mean, I saw the.
And it's going to be a draw trick, king f7.
Because if you go knight d6, then you go a3, takes a2, and then we get queen and knight versus queen, which is already a draw because I can just trade queens. Oh my gosh. The chess is sometimes just absurd, So it's like you have to find every accurate move. Knight b5 check looks like winning, but you mentioned knight f5, and I think that's what's winning, is that the knight now threatens to go to b5 or to f5. So if king b4, knight f5, a3, takes, a2, queen, and then you queen b5 check and you win the game. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's beautiful. King c3 loses to queen e5, and king a3 loses to knight c4.
Yeah, I feel like there's just a mate that's about to happen. So king here, check, here,
knight d2,
check.
Okay.
Just forcing.
Yeah.
I mean, nice. Knight 2 also actually was probably winning easily. So yeah, this is just a checkmate. But that's the thing. White needs to calculate this to the last detail, because if you can queen simultaneously, you need to be able to give the checks and win. Otherwise, queen and knight versus queen without a forcing sequence is a draw. So all this stuff.
Yeah, Wojciech has actually 14 minutes, and he must be very lucky to have this so much time. Because imagine if you have 1 minute, you have to make a decision, and it can be even a blunder, or it can end the game in a draw, which is actually winning. So he has 14 minutes right now. He started to think at his position when he had 16 minutes. So he's using this time. What do you think can king d5 work in here with a threat of e7 next move, just to limit the knight?
I don't like that even better. I like king d5 because, as you said, e7 is the threat. And if knight b6 check, you just go king e5 and you're ready to push your pawn. So black needs to come back and then you can just take.
Yeah.
You got it, Kitty. You got it. That's definitely a better sequence. Yeah. It's kind of funny because I think our instinct as chess players is to go for like the forcing variation when there's not much material remaining. But king d5 is a really nice move, just trying to make e7 work. And if you force the knight back, as we were talking about, this pawn is just lost and e7 is a threat. So
yeah, that's very important little tempo, right? That white comes on e5 and takes the pawn, and black has to move knight with back and forward. So there's not much of the choice for black.
Yeah, or like you can try to bring the king back to help out, but after king takes f5, g takes f3, knight check and take the pawn, and the king is very well placed for white too.
Yeah, can I also play f4 just to keep the pawn, like f4 with either to keep this pawn there and then to take it on f5?
Totally.
And to have two connected pass pawns.
Yeah, there's no way to protect it. So I think you're completely right here. So I'm in this mindset where I'm just trying to go for the brute force method. I'm going to find a direct path to win, and you're saying, calm down. Let's just take this slow, because you're right though. You know that if you keep your pass pawn and get the f5 pawn, then that's even easier. So you're not giving black any chances. I like it.
Black can activate the pawn g3, but that pawn can be stopped with knight e1 for a moment. And luckily, black's king can get closer to e pawn, and white's next move can be just to capture f5 pawn, king f6, and push f5 next.
Yeah, pretty direct sequence. So I think that if Wojtaszek, he played e7, so we actually are getting one of the earlier lines we looked at, and I'm already forgetting all the variations, but knight e8 has to be played. That's forced. And maybe f4 here is just as good, because that way you can then bring your king in and take this pawn.
Yeah.
So I like his decision not to take on g4. I think taking on g4 would have made black's life easier, because white's path to victory was very slim, and now you have more options, and black is still objectively in trouble, but also from a over the board perspective, really difficult to find moves for black.
Yeah, you know what I really like this move? Basically, don't move your king, and you don't allow your opponent to activate his king. So you can play f4. Black cannot get closer with the king. Knights can't really get far from e8. If you push g pawn, that's okay. You can stop right away, and still black cannot move forward with the king. So then you make a decision by yourself to move king on e5, king e6, or whatever you want to play.
And you have time, right? You could even, because king e6, there might be king c6. So you can even start with knight g2. I don't know if that's better for any reason, but you are telling me, we could be slow. We could take our time. So after this, king e6 now, and then after.
Oh, you know what? Sorry to interrupt. Like after knight e5, that's a knight e3. This knight controls g pawn and also controls c4 square. So black's king can never get on c4. Like if you don't want to activate your king first.
Ah, okay. So I see what you're saying. So let's go back. So here you're saying, so he went f4, so he sees it. So you're saying bring the knight to e5 or to e3, just
and to e3 first, and then move the king away.
Makes sense. Just you have time, because unless black can cheat and go king d7 in one move, which you can't, it's you have to go king b6, king c7, and then white will bring the king to e6. So I like restricting black's king and restricting the options. So really nice technique by both you and Wojtaszek. You're doing the same ideas.
Polish pierogi power. Yeah, he played F4 here, and you're just not allowing Black's king to get active. On C4 first, you can move around a little bit with the knight, and then move on your terms.
That's right. There's no rush here. So it looks like Wojtaszek is going to take this one home. So we saw Fedoseev win his game. If Wojtaszek wins, they'll be tied for first in this group. Let's take one more peek at the game between Vidit and Levon. Maybe that one's winding down a bit. Let's check it out here and the game between Vincent and Dubov still going on in the rook and bishop versus rook. But okay, now Levon's up a piece. So he's also threatening checkmate in one move. So how did this happen? Where did this? The last bunch of moves, F4, he took, bishop takes B5. So it's recognition that Black is completely lost because rook B7 is coming. Otherwise, G5 is happening. Black's completely frozen. So he went bishop takes B5, hoping to wait. Is there stalemate tricks? Because it's checkmate in one, but Black can't move. Check.
Oh no.
No, there's no way because the bishop can either take a rook or block. So like here after check on F3, you go king to D2, and after rook F2 check, you bring your bishop back to D2.
Can I do something like to take on D4? You cannot take that pawn.
Where?
King E3, King E4, rook F3, King E4. Rook E4 here. Yep. Rook E4. Yes. E4. Okay. Rook, King D3.
Okay.
You go King F2. Okay. Yeah. And now rook D4.
So you're just trying to take all my pawns.
Yes, I take this pawn, you can take it back, and when king goes on C3. Now I don't have a check, but it's okay. I can take a G4 pawn, and my king is free to go on E5 or C5.
I mean, white's fortunate; it's still winning because I'm going to win this pawn and bring my bishop to D3. But that's close. But yeah, you called it a rook E4 check. The king was going to hide in a different direction to save the pawns because it's rook E4, king F2, rook F4 check. You can't go rook E2. I'll take with my bishop. As soon as I take with my bishop, you have a king move and a pawn move. And so if you go rook F4 check, I go king to E1. If you check on F1, I take it with my bishop. If you check on E4, I go bishop E2, and yeah, you're up a piece.
Yeah. Nice try by with it, but white has enough resources to avoid that. So in the game, we do have a recapturing on D4 pawn. And additionally to the lines that we were considering, white has extra G4 pawn.
And that can be really important. It didn't seem like it was, and the other line's still winning, but this makes it easier. In fact, so many moves come to mind. He goes rook A4. That's not. I would say rook F7. He plays rook A4, just trading the rooks off by force, and that's game over. The rook has no safe squares to go to. The bishop covers, and after the trade, the white king gets active, the bishop can sit on D1, and the king goes after the pawns.
Yeah. This should be not big task for white. Yeah, it's just winning.
That's right. Well,
rook A4 on the board. That's what we have, actually. We might see resignation soon.
And Vidit down to his final second. So, we can stay here. I think that Vidit probably is just going to resign. There's no real hope for him. The rooks come off. He knows it's just over. So that means Levon Aronian, he is going to lead this pool C. Although if Vincent Keimer can somehow win his game, even though it's a known theoretical draw, then he would be in a tie. So I think that Levon is going to be in the clear lead after this game.
Yeah. In the other game, we do have 81 move already. So we said 95 is the move that Black can request a draw. Yeah. So they're quite close. Several more moves.
Great defense by Dubov. He knows this. Look, he spent no time. He's made every move pretty much instantly. He knows this like the back of his hand, and he's keeping the king and rook close together, which is very important. That's the way you hold these positions. Is for the last bunch of moves, White was trying to make progress, brought the king up, checked the king over, but this is the same position. I'm going to go back in time just briefly, because this is the same position we saw. Where is it? I'm just going to try to click and find it. How do I find this? Right, not there. Here. Same position, but instead of being on the rank, the king being on the last rank, the king is on the edge of the board on the file. So if we go to, click the wrong spot. If we go here, it's the same exact technique. Instead of this way, it's on the 5th rank because the king is on the A file, cut to the edge of the board. So that is the technique that Dubov has shown he knows inside and out, and that's why he's holding this game.
Wow, that's nice. Yeah, maybe they were training some end games at the camp before the World Championship match, and it can be also useful for those trainers who were part of it.
That's right. So nicely done by Dubov. He well aware of all the theoretical discussions about this position, so he's going to hold the draw. And yeah, I think with that, Keddy, I think we're going to take a short break. We can leave the game between Levon and FIDE on, but that's going to be over any moment. But we will be right back for the final moves here in round 1 of the FIDE Grand Prix. are you a streamer? Do you like chess? Because if you do, and the answer is yes to both of those things, you should play in Arena King Season 9. It's underway and it's starting earlier every Wednesday at 9 a.m. Pacific. Stream and play for a piece of the $45,000 prize pool and earn points to qualify to participate in the championship at the end of the season. But Keddy, this is all about the FIDE Grand Prix. That's what this show, our commentary, has been covering. And we have all games in the books, I think, right now, because Levon Aronian, he has won his game against Vidit Gujrati. You just, out of the corner of your eye, told me that Wojtaszek has officially won his game against Report, and this was the final position with a promotion. So, I mean, what just happened here at the end? Just the knight came around to G2, and knight to E3, you called it, making sure the king can't get to C4, and then the white king helps the pawn promote. And it's funny how the geometry works, Keddy. The knight is just such a perfect piece for white.
Yeah, controlling G pawn, also controlling king, getting on C4 square. So after promoting queen on E8, black really had to resign here.
Yeah, because once more, the knight shows its superb moving ability, takes on F5, hits the king with check, and hits the pawn on G3. So the geometry is perfect for this knight. The king for black can't enter. If it tries to enter on the one square it can go to, you lose both your pawns in a row and thus lose the game. So really nicely done by Wojtaszek. He was new to the field, but he said, I deserve to be here. And he beats Report in a very nice game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Report was considered to be the leader and is still the leader by the rating in this group. But here we have Wojtaszek in the first round beating him. So things can get really complicated.
For sure. And we have all the results in, so we can talk about the standings after the first game. We know that in Group A, Grishuk, he drew against Yesepenko. He had a superior position. Bakro against Nakamura, that was level throughout. So that game was a pretty clear draw. And Keddy, as you look across the cross table here, the standings, anything surprise you? Anyone about to be upset about some missed opportunities?
Not really. The Wojtaszek against Rapport, that's what we saw. And seems like Wojtaszek always had very good position, as well as Fedosiev. And it turned out that they won. Quite upsetting for me is the Group C, where Vidit lost a game where he had really good chances to fight himself for a win in the middle game, but things changed in the end game. Another bit of upset, I think, in this group is Kmar not managing to convert a huge advantage into the win, but then we have had this very good endgame technique by Dubov and the class by Yu. So, and the Group D was more or less peaceful, right? We had draws there and we had not too much of the fireworks or some tension fights there.
So besides Report, who will of course be disappointed losing as the top rated player in the group, I think one player who might be disappointed is Wesley So. He had the white pieces against Lenier Dominguez, who of course is one of the best players in the world himself, but he didn't get anything. He didn't even, he wasn't able to push it all. It felt like Dominguez quite easily made a draw. So I think that result, not because of, a draw with Dominguez is fine. Like it's going to happen in many games, but just the way the game went, it never felt like Wesley was the one pushing.
Yes, that's how I also felt. So here we have the pools, all the pools here, all the groups in here. And tomorrow they're going to switch the opponents and they're going to, they have to switch the colors with the same opponent. We're going to have another day.
Are they playing the same opponents back to back? Or are they just, doing double?
They play round robin. Yeah, I said both of things and I knew one was mistake.
I love it. You're covering your bases. You're like, well, I said two things and one or the other, so I am right by default. So
yes. So yeah, what is this? You guys can guess which one is correct. So tomorrow definitely we're gonna have another day, and I kind of have a feeling that the tournament is gonna start and gonna get more complicated and also interesting for us commentators in the later rounds.
For sure. Well, I think for now, we're going to take our last very short break just so we can get everything together. We're going to provide a rapid recap going over some of the critical moments of today's action. You will not want to miss that. So stay tuned. We'll be back for the rapid recap of round 1 from the FIDE Grand Prix. And welcome back, everybody. We are excited to we're going to start that one over because that wasn't well done. My mouth was just not working the way my brain was. So anyway, we are going to do our rapid recap here from the FIDE Grand Prix round 1. It was an exciting day of action and no more excitement than on this board between Radek Wojtaszek and Richard Rapport because, Ketty, we saw a Catalan. We've seen that many times at the highest level here. But look at this move right here with C5. So this was an interesting choice by Rapport.
It was absolutely very interesting. I don't know if that was the most, it was the best one. He gonna for sure prepare a little bit and look through these lines. But for us, it was very interesting to see.
Yeah, because when you make the move C5, you look at some of these light squares. And as the game continued, the first thing we were pointing out was at this moment, Queen D3, Knight C6 castle, and Rook A6. So Ketty, we don't often see the Rook on A6, but we were fond of the idea.
Yeah, we liked this idea. The idea was to push B5 and then to develop the bishop on B7 instead of D7, which looks very good for Black. But something went really wrong for Black, even after this fancy Rook A6 move.
That's right. I mean, Bishop D7 would have the drawback of giving away this pawn on D4 right away. So after Knight takes D4, you have problems down the D file, problems in the diagonal. So that's why the move B5 was played instead, and thus the bishop came to B7. But after the trade of knights and queen takes D4, okay, this was a big moment where Rapport said, I don't want to trade queens. Instead, he went Queen A8.
Yeah, he went here Queen E8, and what I really liked how White played here, Wojtaszek, he went his bishop back on F1. He wanted to activate the knight, get this knight on E5, attack the bishop, and the main idea here for White was to open up F1 A6 square.
Exactly, and you couldn't play knight E5 before the bishop on G2 was hanging, and if Black tried to take on F3, this wouldn't end so well because there goes that open diagonal that we're talking about. B5 is in trouble, and White is the side that is much better, even though F3 is a target. So instead, we saw bishop D5, Knight E5, and this moment here, Ketty, caught us by surprise. Rook D6 by Rapport. He didn't want E4 to happen, White to control the position, but Rook D6, that looks like a blunder.
Yeah, that what we thought it was a blunder, but then we figured out White was a really nice move. For instance, if White goes with E4, which looks so natural move to attack the bishop and which is pinned on D file, now Black has moved Rook D to D8. And the idea is to take on D5 with the rook and attack the queen and the knight at the same time.
And what a tactical eye Rapport has. I mean, he really is so creative, and it was a good move. E4 was not played for this reason. Instead, Queen C5 was a great response by Wojtaszek because the rook went back to A6. E4 now is a big threat because the queen isn't in trouble on the D4 square. So Rook A6 back, and now Queen C7 trading the queens. And Ketty, this endgame was not pleasant for Black.
It was not pleasant, and White had nothing to risk, and White slowly outplayed Black in this endgame.
And he didn't just take on C4. He could try to win a pawn in that way, but he makes move E4, offering a trade instead. He understands that the rook on C1, the rook on D1, the knight on E5 are all better than their counterparts. So we saw finally, at long last, the capture on C4 happened because it couldn't stay there forever. And then after knight takes C4 and rook coming to C2, Ketty, it's an extra pawn for White, but the way Wojtaszek did this from here on out was really nicely done.
Yeah, absolutely. He found the best squares for its pieces, and he maintained the extra pawn on the board, which was very nicely played by him.
Yeah, and Rapport, he tried his best. Rook to H8, Knight E5, and then Rook to B5. And I like the maneuvering of the knight to D3, from C4 to E5 to D3. And then eventually this knight, it helps out and goes to the B4 square after the rook trade. So Ketty, I think we can forgive the players at this moment, but after Knight C4, there was an amazing sequence.
Yes, there was a beautiful idea which you found, and that was starting with Knight C6. White gives up B2 pawn, but the idea is to play then E5 to trap the knight on B2, starting with E5 check. And then when the king moves away, white has just 2 moves. White needs just 2 moves, king d2, king c2 to pick up the knight.
And I was listening to you and showing the wrong move, but knight a5 first is important. The knight on b2, it can't get out, right? So the knight is trapped there, d3, d1, in control by the white king. There's a pawn on a4 and the c4 square now covered by the knight. This would be a losing position. So instead of knight c6, which is not that easy to play because the most logical move is knight d3, we got here. And Ketty, this was the moment where black really lost the thread because here, king d6 was a mistake. You came up with this brilliant idea, f5. So why don't you walk us through some of these lines?
Yeah, f5 was a sort of like chance for black to simplify the position, trade a little bit of more pawns, and then to try to queen the g pawn. Let's say the line, for instance, e takes f5, e takes f5, g takes f5. White gets the pawn there, but black can pick it up with the king f6, king f5. White, on the other hand, will start to grab just march to a4 pawn, and now king takes f5, king c3, and the knight e3 was the move, right? Knight
yeah,
e3.
so you know, it's funny because I was thinking the same thing, king f6, king f5, and I think this is what Report missed in his calculations, that knight e3 was the important move, which seems so counterintuitive. You're bringing all your pieces away from the queen side, but Ketty, keep going with this variation because it was pretty beautiful.
Yeah, so now knight can come on d4, attacking on f3. White has to play knight e5 maybe first. And black can play king f5, king a4, king f4. And now, now white can either push b pawn or white can either push a pawn. And our choice was to push a pawn, as I remember, because then at the end it was a check, which we liked very much. Yeah, so takes, and both sides are pushing the pawn.
It's a race and both sides queen, white queens with check and has the extra b2 pawn. So I think we can excuse the players, you know, for not finding these crazy long sequences. They're super grandmasters, the best players in the world. And this is the type of line you have to find to give yourself a chance as black. You know, Report didn't find this and he lost the game, but what a line this was.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were able to move the pieces, then take it back and find something better. They had not that opportunity, and they had really no time on the clock. Instead of this line, Report went with a very passive continuation, and that allowed Radoslav Wojtaszek to activate his king, and then to win on the king side.
Yeah, this move e5 was really important here, just to break open the position, trying to infiltrate. And again, black is just too slow. You're down a pawn, and so trading on e5 would not help out, because after pawn takes e5, knight takes e5, knight takes b2, white has to move f4, and you're just opening up the path for this g pawn to go and promote. So instead of taking on e5, he went f5, but unfortunately for him, it didn't work. And Ketty, I really liked how you were suggesting, and then Wojtaszek played this game, because he went king d5, and then here he went f4, because he wanted to keep more pieces on the king side.
Yeah, he wanted to keep the f pawn on the board, so there will be 2 connected pass pawns, and also he wanted to keep the king on b5 and push this king back. What I really liked was also to maneuver the knight e1, knight g2, knight e3, and this knight was able to control g pawn and also c4 square.
Yeah, the knight is such a good piece in positions like this because it covers both sides of the board. And after king went back to b6, and the final touch here caused resignation, because even though it looks like the king can't go d5, can't go to c4, finally gets to d4 to attack this knight. Knight f5 is check and picks up this pawn, so white would win the game. So that was an amazing sequence by Wojtaszek. He was the last minute replacement, but he is going to be a force. And that is your rapid recap. So, Ketty, I mean, seriously, what a performance that was by Wojtaszek, and just a fun game there in game one. And we're just in day one of 3 legs of Grand Prix action.
Yes, and here we have the schedule of all the 3 legs. It's going to happen in next 2 months. We just started today, the first round. We're going to have a lot of rounds, and then we're going to have another legs too. All of these players have to pick up 2 legs only and play in 2 legs from 3. We already have a schedule, and we already know which players plays in which leg. We have at this time some of the changes, last minute changes of the players, but looking at this game that Wojciech just played, I think it was okay to have him in this tournament, right?
That's right. And I think that many people who filled out fantasy teams or joined the contest, they're going to be a bit upset because they probably picked Report. He was a favorite. I mean, Ding Liren not taking part in the group, that doesn't mean that it's going to be a walk in the park for him. And so he lost his game to Wojciech, who's a worthy competitor in any event. And we can bring up the cross table again, just to remind people of the day that was Group A, all draws, Group D, all draws. And you look at Groups B and C, 3 decisive results in there. Fedoseev beat Oparin in a pretty one-sided game, and Levon Aronian, he beats fellow Super GM Vida Gujarati. And for Vida fans, Ketty, that's gonna be a big disappointment.
It is, and also Tata Steel, which he played recently, was also quite a disappointment for him. So he just made us some tweet about this, and he was probably very much looking forward to this event to, recover from a bad tournament. Let's wish him all the best to come back, because, still we do have more rounds to go, and this is knockout system and anything can happen.
100% true, right? Only the winner of the group gets to go to the knockout, but it's just round 1, 5 to go within the group stage, and it's double round robin. So if you lose to somebody in the first game, you're going to get to play them later in the tournament. You can get your revenge. And I want to remind everybody to sub to the chess.com clips channel if you want to watch, rapid recaps or just funny moments where I can't speak English because I've been commentating for 5 hours. You're going to go to youtube.com/chesscomclips, and that way you can find all of the videos that you might have missed. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Ketty, any final thoughts of day 1 before we head on out of here?
I think it was wonderful games. We really enjoyed. I hope our viewers also enjoyed. Thank you so much for being such a great co-commentator, and looking forward for the next days.
I'm as well. Thank you, Ketty. Thanks to everybody who tunes in and watches. Of course, our producer, Matt, for working so hard behind the scenes. And yeah, keep loving chess. Have a great day. We will see you tomorrow.